Okay, good day, ladies and gentlemen. Zeal Paladin, trillions of damage, day 2, resolve stacking shenanigans continue. Yesterday, we began the journey at level 1. Today, we're already sitting all the way in Torment 12 unlocked. I mostly have been hanging around in Torment 10 to just make my farming faster. But I think we should be able to actually jump into Torment 12 all the way already. When we did do trillions of damage, so it's fantastic. We still have to level up our actual glyphs to 100 to facilitate like our strongest version possible. But we're already feeling very good. Jump in, put that down. And as you can see, we're just speed demon. Together with our friend the Brobarian here next to us. Looks a bit like Whirlwind because we're slicing and dicing just our way through. But we're actually a Zeal Paladin. If we use our tiny castle of glass here, we do even more damage. Come on, come out wherever you are. Moinsen, Mr. Also Burhat. Pleasure. So good to see you there, lads. Are we ready for a whole day of fun and entertainment? We already put the planner for this up on the YouTube, so the preliminary planner is out there. Double-digit billions so far. We're working on those easy trillions, which should be possible considering, like, you know, how easy we've been doing like the billions. I think we're at like hundreds of billions currently already, if we just get like the full stack of damage going, right? That's good. Still rely a bit too much on castle for, you know, the maximum damage, so that gotta be addressed by just getting more damage per se, but it should be possible. Not too worried about that. But also push our war plans today quite some. That we're actually, there we go. Oop, okay. That we're actually having the ability to farm with this build, right? Because if your war plans are not at least level 4, you're just lacking too many vectors of improvement, sadly. Leckards. No, wait, yeah, Leckards. Any better Leckards? Definitely. I'm in there. Where Zenith's build was viable, Gabriel. Yeah, the problem is that if you use Zenith, you can't use Castle, and Castle is currently a, what is it? A 200% damage multiplier. So, I mean, like, yeah, you could say no to a 200% damage multiplier, but that would be less than optimal. Right? I mean, it works. Like, you see, I can exist in Torment 12 without it. Like, I don't need my castle to kill things. I'm still doing billions, right? It's just that, you know, getting 200% more damage with a cast of 1 ultimate, especially against bosses and sturdy enemies, is just too good to say no to. In my humble opinion. So I'm totally with you on, I wish it would, like, other things were viable as well. However, technically with a castle trick, you can at least make every paladin build good, right? I mean, it does require you, yes, to put the castle on the point of where you are, but you can get the paladin strong enough to pretty much not need it for outside of the pit, more or less, and just like for very sturdy enemies, which I think is actually a good thing, like, right? So we can get about it without completely. And then for the pit, we would still use it because obviously in the pit, it just provides us with that insane damage boost, but we're anyways zooming slower, so kind of fine. I'm usually like really fine with the castle gameplay. When it could be worse and there's like nothing viable, so I guess we'll take like something over nothing. What build is this? A Swift. This is the Zeal Paladin, which uses the power of resolve stacking to actually be good, right? Because a lot of people were like, nah, Paladin dead this season. It's not. It's actually far from being dead this season. However, you have to make some concessions in the way how you build the build. That's definitely something to keep in mind. Strength. Life on hit. One of these is good. We might finally get our aspects that we're looking for. I was also... What did I want it to do? We don't want to change runes because I need to put the Chem right here. Then Sir can go here for the Cry again. And we're going for... Ignite. Doesn't really matter what we do. There's more fun versus the Aradin. Oh, that is certainly is, my friend. Because you're actually doing something. You know what I mean? Currently tier 5 to 6. What do you recommend farming to push a little higher? Which class, Ukin? I mean, usually the biggest damage boost that you're going to get is over the talisman items. So that you're just going to go like, you're going to finish your set, obviously, if you haven't finished your set yet. And as soon as you have your set done, you're going to try to get the skill ranks on your set for the respective skill that you're using. Because that's usually where your biggest single-handed damage increase will come from. In case you need to like know more about damage scaling, we just released a video pretty much so that breaks it all down again, how the damage scaling actually works currently in Diablo, and how you get the most out of your character, and where you should improve each vector of your build. Because why wouldn't we put something like that out? You got another claw build running. Is it working with the Dread Claws? Well, I've seen now like many different Dread Claw builds, but none like completely convinced me so far, right? They were all like, they were all functional, yeah, basically. But none was like, you know, I like that over the other stuff I'm playing. Because the biggest problem is that you can't actually play the Shadow set because the Shadow set is just simply not good enough. And kind of like every Warlock build has to play the Greater Demon set because it's just so good. Okay, where to which? It was just uploaded to YouTube like 30 minutes ago. When I tried to release our daily video before we actually come online. So there's one that breaks it all down damage-wise. And hopefully helps you to improve your build. Go step by step, and it kind of explains how the whole damage calculation works in Diablo right now. It's badass. It looks funny because you have like the Zeal skill. The Zeal skill makes like after images already. And then the Zeal set also makes after images. So we're pretty much like running around and creating these after images that slice and dice with us. And then we're putting down the castle for that 200% damage multiplier. And suddenly Paladin can actually do damage. It kind of forces you to put down the castle wherever you walk to a degree, right? If you want to kill like these bigger elites, as you can see, 138 billion already. And we just didn't have this character yesterday, so... We're already on a very good vector here. We still have to transfigure our weapons to get like the gem strength multiplier and that kind of stuff. So you know, there's a lot of power left for our little bad boy. We're getting there. And Paladin's still like behind the others when it comes down to movement and zooming, but this is like the zoomiest I've found Paladin so far. I mean, the good thing is you can actually move through walls, right, with it. So that's quite useful. Like, if I need to jump through the Undercity, feels good, man. Oh, I didn't kill enough, so we're gonna now go around and slice and dice people into pieces. Well, look at that, Chad. We get the 4. There we get the 4. Free farming gems at Seer's Reach. Jumping. There's no better position. If I need gems, I'll take my Sork with infinite teleports and farm a Seer's Reach in 30 seconds. Yeah, I mean, what can I say, dude? Like, it's brain dead how easy it is. So that's a boss. Torment 12 right now. Whoop. Sliced and diced him into ribbons. When you find a mythic seal, it's completely random and you might never find one. And that's the best news I can give you. I've gotten my mythic seal from the Echoing Hatred. You know? Have you looked into what you're going to play in PoE2? Until, my friend, there is the patch release. There's nothing for me to check out. The patch release just changes everything. So all these creators putting out builds already, all these creators making like early videos and that kind of stuff, what for? Unless I have the info on the patch notes, there's nothing, no definite answer you can give. I mean, you can obviously give people ideas just in case this gets changed, just in case this gets nerfed, right? But kind of like until you really have something, nope. See how a Torment 12 boss feels? We haven't done like a Torment 12 boss yet. The biggest problem will be that if we don't kill him in 9 seconds, right? Now my castle ran out, so I gotta use my auras to reduce the castle cooldown. So I get this running, then I can put down the castle again, right? And then we can slice and dice away. Now I wonder if this poison will actually kill me, because I have an insane amount of heal happening on this character. And we know usually that you die against Barshan, right? But look at how undying I am, chat. Look at this, look at this, look at this. Look at this absolute idiocy of a build. Because that's the whole plan, right? We don't only want to have something that's like immensely strong, we want to also have something that's ultra tanky. So this is like working very fine. We obviously have to now increase our glyphs before we fight more Torment 12 bosses, as we can bring them at least to 90. But, you know, I think this kind of speaks for itself in terms of tankiness. We know how deadly this is, right? Oh, Posey, we'll play once it's live. 100%. We're gonna make in-game guides for Path of Exile, so don't worry. We're gonna do the full package, the full everything for Path of Exile on release. Don't have to second guess yourself. I'll be there. Okay, yeah, now the pit. So we did already do a pit 110 in relatively quick time, but we're currently focusing on pit 100 to get all my glyphs up to 63. Then we're gonna do pit 110 to, like, you know, the 70 something and so on. In the pit, you jump in, you put down your castle, and you slice and dice everything into ribbons, right? And you jump further. Next pack of mob. You know, like in 100s, you actually don't have to, for Rebel, put down your castle, but it still doesn't hurt for clearing speed. You pretty much buddy hop from pack to pack, right? And use your auras to reduce the cooldown. Get your castle back up and running. Do more damage. Get the elites. When Paladin actually turns from like a sluggish clash fast into a rather speedy zoomy character, then we know we're doing everything right. Right, ladies and gentlemen? I mean, it's not a Sork, but I guess that Paladin is not a Sork is not a surprise. Who would have guessed, right? And, you know, we can be more than happy. There's the boss, and Gonzo. Gonzo. So 63, 63, 63, 63. Fantastic. Now we get chip higher. Just one of our biggest damage vectors. Until we can't get that higher anymore. So that's like 81. And then we're going to put this crystal in. Like 81. Okay. Come back after a long break on Warlock. I'm not trying to run a meta build. Just want to understand the system. And you explain them really well, manager. I mean, I don't want to play the meta builds as well. You know, I want to play builds that are fun and interesting to play. However, they should still be able to clear the meta content, right? So I'm totally with you there. Meta builds boring. Things that can clear meta content, though, good. So you gotta find like a good balance between both things, right? What's the most fun class comfortable Torment 12? Probably Sork. Sork or Barb, honestly. I mean, Sork is just stupid, right? Thing is, Barb just needs way more input, so that's definitely a downside on the Barb if you think about it. Because like the Sork is like just really a 1-button build, more or less, or a 2-button build, while the Barbarian requires actually a bit more input. So something to consider, definitely. But yeah, Sork was stupid, especially the cracking energy Sork. How easy that was to get strong, how easy that was to get tanky. How like absolutely no-brainer, powerful, zoomy, like the whole package pretty much. Like it's just disgusting. And I hate that that's my recommendation because, well, I don't want Sork to be the best. What can I say? I'm a simple man. Sork haters represent. Barber's well, Morton. Well, Drew, it depends on what Barb you're playing. I didn't play Whirlwind because I find Whirlwind super boring. So my ancient Barb is obviously more than 1 button. Also, our crackling energy Sork is pretty much teleport and ice berry, and that's it. So looks like we're spamming so many skills due to the way how what's it called again? Due to the way how Zeal is. It looks like we're spamming the whole time, right? But it's just like so few clicks for Zeal to actually do what it does. Right? I mean, all this slice and dicing here, that's just like minuscule amounts of clicks. I mean, I'm pretty much holding down my right mouse button when we're fighting bosses. Woo! Good night, you little shit. Beautiful. Resources. Counter Storm Spiritborn should be fun to try. I am not super interested in that rhyme because of the evade Spiritborn playstyle. But if we should have enough time to also give that a try, to be honest. Simply because, well, we still have time to do things. Resource cost reduction. Oh, resistance to all elements, but we don't need that. Okay, we need the obols. Let's see what we can gamble, chat. We're currently sitting... My amulet is vuln and crit, but doesn't have a greater affix on crit. So I'd say once in a while, we're actually going to gamble amulets because we have so many obols, and maybe we get like one with a good greater affix. If we don't get one with a good greater affix, then that is what it is. Right? Okay, we want more pits. Preferable, a lot of pits. Pit, Infernal Horde, Undercity, Pit, Infernal Horde. Pushing things further along. I made a 5GA staff on my sorcerer with gem strength 127 and crit chance 12%. Dude! That's a killer one. I mean, just be aware you won the lottery, so it doesn't happen often, but I'm happy that the crafting suggestions actually led to that. We still got to try around with Red Sermon today, so I actually started just transfiguring Red Sermons and see what comes out of it, right? So I have to find like my perfect base Red Sermon to play around with, but we're trying. Where do you find the loot filter? In my latest build guide for this build, there is actually the loot filter on the right side included, in case you haven't seen it. A loot filter is just a simple 4-line loot filter. Nothing fancy, but it exactly does do the job of what it needs to do. Right? You think loot filters gonna be big and complicated and convoluted? No, they don't. Just gonna have a few lines. That's it. After 130 weapon crafts, yeah, it takes a while to get a good weapon. But then again, if you really want to play this season and max the character, what else are you going to do, right? I mean, that's the thing. Yes, the weapon crafting to get the best outcome is kind of like, what the fuck? On the other hand, like, it's at least something to chase for the people that want to chase, right? It's always like, you know, Diablo has no endgame. Diablo has no endgame. Yeah, it doesn't to a degree. But you kind of want to reach Echoing Hatred Pit 150, I guess, if you're really chasing that, right? So there is at least chase items now. I mean, we still don't have enough endgame content to kind of chase these chase items for, but that doesn't change the fact they exist. Come on, I'm lazy. I don't want to walk around. I just want to teleport over. Yeah, I'm terrible, Chan. Walking around would have been the better solution. Who cares? I forget the stone. How did I forget the stone? And I'm wondering already why this particular one is taking so long, because I forget the stone, Chan. Oh my lord, land of Christ. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. Who would have guessed? Maxwell, I use mobalytics for builds. I mean, Map Bomber, I don't recommend Maxwell or mobalytics for build. I recommend Ponyhoff for builds. I try to cover every class per season, you know, to give you good fun with the Ponyhoff approved seal of approval. The good old seal of approval. Oh, +3 to zealot skills, please. Don't tell me I have a fur with that already. Fuck me, I have a fur with that already. God, but I have a lore with core skills, and I already have a lore with that as well. Ah, what a shame. Getting all the good shit, but cannot use all the good shit, huh? Upsetty spaghetti. Argent Veil.
What brings you to the ancient islands?
We need to make like dust beyond belief. So you can see we have like all these red sermons already just hanging around in my inventory. Also try like to get more Griswold's Opus, but I actually rolled like a perfect Griswold like second one, so we're not looking for that anymore. I could technically transfigure this one because there's no downside to transfiguring this. Yeah, we could probably transfigure this one for the time being. See what happens. We got... Oh, wow. I did actually get 20% maximum life bonus, and I can transmute it again. Damn. Damn. I mean, that 20% maximum life is sick, and we could technically move the thingy over, but I don't need it. So let's see, what is the next? The next would be we get a greater affix to strength. Well, you know what? That's not terrible, but it's at the same time not actually good, which is the sad part. Right? It's not terrible, but it's not actually good. Good day, mate. Cheers to the Sork build. Easy trillions, Phil. If you get that stacking aspect for the correcting energy, like the shock skills 3% per stack, then you're just gonna like fly damage wise. Generally speaking, when you're looking for builds, you'll find builds everywhere. I always recommend to find builds from a source that you simply trust, right? I mean, websites are nice and good, but they have a certain facelessness to them, right? That's why I do personally like to follow creators that explain their builds well, because the better a creator explains a build, the easier it is to understand. I mean, I watch build guide videos myself, right? To broaden my knowledge on things, to try to understand stuff. And sometimes I watch guides and I'm like, what the fuck is this shit? And I don't mean this in a negative way. It's just like the build is good, right? The build is actually fantastic, but the explanation is ass. Like, you're literally like, what the fuck? Like, you're not making sense, sir. Right? I had to watch the video 3 times to kind of get what you're trying to tell me, how the base functionality of the build actually is. And that's more often than not the case, surprisingly. And this is like no like dig against any creators, right? It just happens. Not everyone is equally good at explaining things. That's where often written guides can help. So Maxwell is actually good at that because they kind of have like a lot of written stuff. But then again, I prefer video form of delivery of information. Because written stuff gets often skimmed and then people miss things in detail. And suddenly don't understand a build. Okay, we're doing hundreds of billions, but now we do 300s of billions. Our next stop. Ooh. So I'm running in a circle, just holding down my right mouse button right now. Right? Whenever I come in contact with an enemy, I'll just schnezzle them. I make sushi shish kebab. Right away. It's like pretty much the build, right? So you hold down your right mouse button, and then you just use your auras to reduce your cooldown, and that's it. And actually, if you move around, right, the after images that you're leaving behind, like these schnizzle after images, they also do bonus damage. So it's kind of like useful to actually do that. Why can't we die? Well, because we're consistently fortifying ourselves, and we're actually increased the fortify drain rate, which means that the fortify just heals us like tremendously per second. Even though every single hit drains 10% of our max HP, we're still consistently like restoring shit, so we can't die. Yeah. Do you loot filter video? We have a loot filter video. It's in the latest settings video. So that was like 2 or 3 days ago. It says must have settings. There we kind of go like over how the loot filter actually functions and why it functions the way it functions. Kind of. Could get invaded. I can get invaded on that another Helltide, I guess. Still can't kill Mephisto. Which build are you trying it with? Because, like, there are just specific builds that are meant to kill Mephisto, if that makes sense. Right? This is something to really look at. Not every build is meant to kill Mephisto, and I think this is just something you need to accept, right? I had to accept that as well. It's just like, sure, you know, you have a good build, but it might just be shit for Mephisto. And it might just never be good for Mephisto, to be honest. Like my Apocalypse Warlock. Apocalypse Warlock can kill Mephisto. It can. But that won't ever make it good for Mephisto, right? Yeah, sure, it can. But it's not good for it. It's just possible that it could kill it. Yeah, we need to get the Undercity up all the way to here so we can do some mythic tributes to the community today. I tried to train my AI on Diablo. It's kind of funny because if you actually go on Google and you get these AI responses, it's always outdated old information. I think for live service games, it's really hard to deal like with all the information that you can splice from the internet, because a lot of websites are also outdated. I mean, if you just go on websites, you'll find like old articles and that kind of stuff. And sometimes they're also not updated. Sometimes the articles are also just straight up wrong. I mean, if you look for damage calculations right now, you'll find more wrong articles than right articles. Actually, Maxwell, I think, has an updated guide, and we now have an updated guide in video form as well. That kind of explains you stuff about like the damage calculations and that kind of thing. But you'll find more like wrong information that will actually lead you astray than you find good information. Similarly, when people like type in like, oh, okay, Google, how do I do this and this in Diablo? And they're going to get a response that's to 90% wrong. How to get more mythic Undercity tributes? You get tributes of armaments that are nowadays very common. And then you upgrade your tributes of armaments to greater tributes of armaments into mythic tributes of armaments. Not all builds are going to be good at everything. Optimally, you would have a build that can do it all, right? Pit pushing, flying through the content and whatsoever. It really comes down what your goal is. I mean, right now my goal was I wanted to make an agile paladin. So AKA I don't want to be ground bound. I need to be able to have a movement skill. And I need to be able to like not have to use castle on every single mob, right? I could use castle on every single mob, but I don't want to. But mainly I want it to be extremely agile because that's where the fun comes in. Now, if we're talking about pit pushing, for example, I would actually have to make a different version of this build that does not have the movement skill, because you don't need the movement skill for pit pushing. It's actually useless for that. So for pit pushing, for example, you could play Condemn or something to actually heal yourself even more, or something else. But there are other stuff that you could put in the build that you simply just do not need here right now, right? I do not need the Falling Star if I was then actually pit pushing. But I don't want to pit push, right? So I just want to get like pit 120 in 90 seconds, and then we're good to go. Maybe 2 minutes. That would be great for a Paladin. If pit 120 in 2 minutes is in, then, like, yeah, I feel like a speedrunner. I mean, sure, my Sork can do it in 60 seconds, but that's Sork, and Sork is fucking busted. So I guess it's fine if we're getting close to that. Which type will be best for PvE2? Well, we make our builds on Mobalytics because Mobalytics has a nifty import feature that always gets like my skills and everything imported nicely. So I do personally use Mobalytics as well for that. Yeah, Sork is just good. Like, obviously, Sork is one of these candidates that has one build, does it all. Barbarian is one of these candidates that has one build, does it all, right? Pit pushing, Mephisto, that kind of stuff. Again, not every class is going to have that specific build, but fine. Oh, wow. Damn. Let's get out of this. We get another pit. Two to Zealot skills on a fur, but shit, we had a fur already again. Ah, man. Oh, that's a Herald of Sakarum. I don't need that. I mean, I can actually destroy it, yeah. Oh, we gotta roll a lot. Okay, let's get the next glyph upgraded. Is there anywhere that that the Warlock pushing 150? It's a bug, sir. The Warlock that's pushing 150 is a complete bug. Unless you're prone and enjoy bug abusing, don't even do it. Because that bug is going to get fixed with the next hotfix, which is around tomorrow or latest Wednesday, I guess. So you're going to pretty much put your resources into making a build that you then will get fixed and is not good anymore. Now make with that information what you want. It's a bug. I always forget that not everyone like spends time online. That's why we didn't cover like the bug builds pretty much. But I guess we should have made a video on that topic. On the bug shit out there. It's a failure on my side, chat. We didn't cover that properly. I'm sorry. Two-minute 150 is wild, yeah, but it's about, it has infinite quintillion damage scaling, aka like you don't actually see the damage numbers anymore. You just see a negative Integra string, and that means the damage broke the bounds of existence pretty much. So infinite damage scaling, and infinite damage scaling builds are 99% of the cases not intended, because obviously Blizzard does not want you to have infinite damage scaling. Who would have guessed? No. Surprise! Who would have guessed that infinite damage scaling is not in the, you know, in the ones of Blizzard? Shocketh. Okay, well, we're the boss at. Come on, Castle of Arena and Fun, Fortress of Arena and Fun. Oop. Good. So we can keep it sub 2 minutes for the pit clear right now. It's kind of fine. But especially when you're trying to like farm your glyphs up. It's a lot for you. Recently got into Diablo. Started playing last week and can't put the game down. Found your content recently and loved the videos. Well, Doix, congratulations and welcome to the Diablo addicted crowd. I'm happy to see that more people are enjoying it, especially with now seasons to come. Okay, we're getting invaded, which we wanted to. Hello, my friends. Today we're gonna push like the war plans further, as we're completely in the beginning of our war plans still. Yeah. And with this character only being, how old are you, my friend? 8 hours old. There's a lot we need to grind. But for 8 hours old, you're feeling pretty mighty. We have a Discord. We have a Discord for the community, yes. It is linked in the description of the YouTube video. So that does exist. Okay, my friend. These, what is it called again? These Hellborn are super, like, tanky in Torment 12. But luckily, I am just undying in Torment 12. Completely undying. I think Sork is close to have infinite damage. Nah, I mean, Sork has insane scaling, but obviously, how do I say this now? I don't think Unstable Current should have a cap, because the cap of Unstable Currents is literally down to how many ranks you have, how long the duration is. So I like the way how Unstable Currents is. It's an actual ramping skill that ramps up and gives you a lot of damage the way it should be. I just wish that more ultis were like Unstable Currents. Because the sad part is that a lot of ultis are just not like that. I mean, look at this now. We have Castle, right? With Castle, I can get 200% bonus damage. That's insane. That's amazing. That's super good. Then I compare this to Zenith right now, which Zenith is actually cool for, and Zenith just does not do anything in that direction. I have Army of the Dead in the Necromancer, and Army of the Dead, sadly, is not a spammable skill either, because it's kind of like capped and doesn't have infinite damage scaling. So I humbly think that more skills should be like Unstable Currents, because that would make ultis actual ultis and more fun. Especially since it just interacts really nicely with how the Sork works. Now, instead of nerfing Unstable Currents, which Blizzard is going to do, sadly, they should rather make sure that more skills become like Unstable Currents, because that would be way more interesting. That the other ultis are able to compete. We have the planner for the Paladin already. So the planner is out. However, that is the planner, obviously, in its absolute base form. Without much bonus info and everything. So just literally slapped together so you already have something to look at. 30% movement speed needs to stay. Gathering like better items to improve our character further. Gathering a lot of dust. Pyro. Thank you, my friend, for absolute useless things. Hit. Undercity. Do Helltide. Round amount of charms. Infernal Hordes. I really don't want to do an Infernal Hordes, chat. Let's see, what can we do here? Okay, he has cooldown. He has cooldown, which was important. We still need a better amulet. That's for sure. Because it has like vuln damage multiplier, and then it has like the strength, which is bad. Need to improve that. Let's roll one of our charms, because right now we have like zealots. We have zealot skills and we have zealot skills. That's it, right? All my others don't have zealot skills. That's how much potential damage we're missing on this build so far. So we're pretty much sitting at Linta. Thank you very much. We're pretty much sitting at billions already, right? Double digit, triple digit billions easily. But we're actually missing the Zealot skills, which is kind of crazy if you think about it. How much more damage there is possible. 4 to jug skills, damn. And I don't need that. I mean, double greater affix twice, right? This is very upsetting to get. And then be like, yeah, but these double greater affix twice, we don't need that. We really don't. I mean, we appreciate it. Boba? Yes, thank you. So that was 5 more. That's pretty fucking good. Chat. Linta with 3. Thanks. That's 6. Yesterday I was struggling so hard to get better ones. It was mental. So I'm really happy this is actually coming out good today. Valor skills, nah. Mr. Tom, thank you for preaching to us about Jesus. How about we send you to the Netherrealm so you can meet with Yugi and Kaiba? And don't go on our nerves. Thank you very much. That's an instant damage increase. The Harbinger, we're quickly going to jump to 11. It's for speed purpose. Is Necker going to clear 150 on Bone Spirit, do you think? Nope. A Bone Spirit is kind of cool, so definitely a good something. I wonder how high numbers we're going to see now. I mean, we're already at the triple digit billions when we do like the highest damage. I wonder what can we see here? Triple digit. We went up to 324. I think before we were like at 294 or something. So beautiful increase. Crazy part is you don't actually see the amount of damage because of how many numbers are there, and each number is a billion. Okay, Chad? So it's not like that you actually have any low numbers. Each number is just the double to triple digit billions, and there's so many of them. Because of like the bonus swings that Zeal does with the bonus swings, we had like 4 additional strikes and 2 additional strikes, so 6 additional strikes on every strike. We're striking 7 times with 1 attack. Pretty much. And that's why enemies just vanish. They just go poof. Is Zealot stronger than Hamadin? I don't know. I don't know. I don't actually know how Hamadin plays. What does Hamadin do? Or like, how much damage does it do? Like, does Hamadin have to utilize Castle as well? I mean, technically, the Castle trait or the Fortress trait you can do on every single Paladin, right? You can just use Fortress to juice your damage. And it's like a universal strategy for Paladin right now, which is a bit stupid, but then again, it's also a strategy that every Druid applies, because what does Druid do for maximum defensiveness? Lynn's Anvil resolve stacking, Lynn's Anvil resolve stacking. Use the Werebear Ring resolve stacking. Yeah, it's stupid this season, but it is what it is. Get used to it. Sometimes they're just easy roads to power, and you're the idiot for not taking them. You tried Hamadin and changed to Clash? I mean, the Clash resolve stacking was just too powerful, right? The thing I don't like about Clash is that it's one swing. It's one swing in a tiny area, right? The reason I like Zeal so much more, because the swing is actually rather broad, right? So Zeal goes everywhere. It goes like, and you have these random things happening around you as well, which is actually kind of powerful. So I do really enjoy how Zeal just in general works. And I could just do damage by walking around as well. As you can see, like if I just walk around and we have like these after images of me going, they'll do plenty damage too. that actually do billions of damage too. So we not only have like the 7 additional strikes that every Zeal gives us, right? Every swing of Zeal is 7 strikes instead of 1 strike. We also have these after image strikes that are happening continuously at any given moment that are also doing billions of damage. So we're pretty much just doing billions with everything. And we're doing so much at the same time that it's just obnoxious, to be fair. Oh, I went for like Ether events, summon like bonus Hellborns. What did I get? Not a single Hellborn being summoned. Yep. I mean, who would have guessed? Are we gonna get any events that give us Hellborn? That'd be crazy. A Chaos Wave? Clash Paladin is super boring. Yep. I mean, Clash Paladin was made for pit pushing. This is again my argument for just looking at builds online. Clash Paladin was not made to have fun in the game. Okay? That was never the intention behind Clash Paladin. Clash Paladin was made for pit pushing. Now, some people find pit pushing fun, and that's totally okay if that is what you enjoy doing. But the reality is that this is what like Clash Paladin was made for, right? It is the most pit pushing effective build that does the best at pushing the pit. But that ignores everything else. It ignores like 90% of the game that is not pit pushing. Then people look at the build and they're like, man, Clash Paladin. Paladin is so trash this season. There's actually so much more you could do if you then wouldn't look at the top pit pushing build. All that poison can't kill us. Tweety, thank you for the Prime Gaming subscription. Also, Melko and Phil, thank you too for your support. Phil with 104 months, Melko with the 17 months. Gee, sorry for missing you two earlier. Appreciate it. We play Rogue this season. I am not too interested in Rogue. There's a world where we might do it. I mean, we have it now the 90th. We'll definitely push the Paladin like all the way today, so that's going to be great. And then we'll have to see what we pretty much have on our menu afterwards. There's a time when I will be swapping over to Path of Exile to prepare like for the Path of Exile League, to do some test runs, to do some builds, that kind of stuff, right? But that time is not now. The time is not yet. Still though, just for, you know, future reference that you're already prepared mentally. That is going to happen. Look at all you beautiful Hellborn. Just kidding. Schnizzle schnazzle. Feels a little too weak. Well, I mean, compared to Clash, maybe, in terms of just raw power. Realistically, for an 8-hour-old character, I mean, you can just farm Torment 12 without a single problem. If that is too weak for you, that farming Torment 12 without a single problem is too weak, then I guess I don't know what you're looking for. I mean, we're going to be, at the end of the day, or sooner, kill Torment 12 Mephisto with this. That's at least my ambition, right, ladies and gentlemen? My ambition would be taking down Torment 12 Mephisto, because then I'm happy with what we have put together. For that, we'll have to find a few better items so we can transfigure shit. We then can transfigure shit. There's always a nice little amount of bonus power to be gained. Where do you use the Holy Light skill? The Holy Light skill, the Holy Light aura, you just spam it whenever it's available, because the Holy Light skill will give you Fortify. And since every swing of my blade takes 10% of my HP away, you kind of require that in between, because you need the Fortify to be always up. You need to always be fortified, since that is like a consistent stream of healing that just really helps you to stay alive. Okay, that butcher will die sooner or later. But so far, he's resisting police brutality. I mean, it's not like he can kill me because, again, the Paladin is undying. I'm healing, like, with every single skill cast I'm healing. With every single, with every single lucky hit, I'm healing as well. My Fortify is, like, draining me bonus. So it's like he can't, like, kill me ever with an attack. Council. Do we transfigure first before masterworking or the other way around? It depends on what you're doing. So if you're trying to make your first weapon, your first good weapon, you masterwork it completely up, you get the gems in, you get the tempering in, and that kind of stuff. However, if you already have a good weapon, then you always transfigure first because you might get the result of double transfiguration. For example, I right now have one good red sermon. This is my good red sermon. It's not a great red sermon, it's good. It has the all damage multiplier, it could have crit. So I optimally would like to have one with crit damage multiplier as a greater affix. Then I would make this my main weapon, transfigure it normally. And afterwards, every other red sermon I'm finding, I just instantly transfigure and hope for the double transfiguration result. Because that would obviously be the best outcome. But I'm not going to masterwork every single red sermon I found fully up to then only get disappointed on the transfigurement. Getting a sermon with life on hit is, I think, a big waste because you're literally just losing out on damage it could give you. Especially since there's no other aspects you would otherwise use, right? I mean, for example, I have here the Fortified Drain. We get the Resolve stacks, we get the bonus block, and we get the Undying aspect. So, like, I don't suffer for playing it. I'd rather have, like, my sermon have 2 damage multipliers plus strength and weapon damage over life on hit. But I guess if you have one with life on hit, there could be worse things, right? Gotta take what you can get and roll with it. Wonder if there's, like, a way to get overpower into this build. The problem is I don't think Paladin creates any kind of overpower with any skill, right? And since I'm not using resource, I can't actually build overpower over using resource. Like, I don't use faith, if that makes sense. I use life. I wonder if we could... The yellow primordial dust. You get that one from doing Undercity runs with the Regen tribute. You can also do war plans that give you Regens. And that's how you get all the yellow primordial dust. I mean, I never asked where to get that from because I have billions of that primordial dust and I never needed, like, right, to guess where I get that from. Oh no, my Arena of Fun and Death ran out. Well, we're gonna just schnizzle schnazzle him regardless, and then we put the Arena of Fun and Death down and kill him faster. Could you use gain overpower? It's not enough, Zelms. It's just not enough if you just use the gain overpower on thingies. I mean, I don't think I have anything, like, see, there's no overpower here. Nah, overpower is not an option. Because I currently just don't like playing the Griswold's Opus. I don't think that Griswold's Opus charm is necessarily bad. It says critical strikes have a chance to double damage and heal you, but it's lucky hit. So it needs to be a critical strike and then lucky hit. The problem is, like, my lucky hit chance is 4% on Zeal. So I don't think I actually get that bonus a lot from the... From the Jiggy Majiggy, right? So what are we gonna do about that? How are we gonna make this work better? Okay, so overpower might not be used for Zeal. That doesn't mean we can't make it work. You know, that's the question. To break the mold and don't just accept things. And we could technically play the Blood Mad. So there is this amulet from the Berserker. You're always berserking, but take increased damage as burning over 8 seconds. While burning, berserking grants 150% additional damage. So technically this one as a charm should actually work, right? I could try to turn this into a charm. Do a better charm than we have right now. Oh, I'm missing the Horatory infused. How much do I need for that? 100. Okay. Craft unique charm. Morlo 3. That's an 80% one. Well, that turned out worse. But it has at least 2 ranks to aura skills, I guess, so we'll take that. So that's technically 80% more damage. That should be... Like, I'm burning myself, but I wonder if this is actually going to burn me in a way that it matters. Right? Lucky hit for overpower stacks would work. Yeah, that's again the problem. Like, we don't have lucky hit, right? So let's see if we see bigger numbers with a Blood Mad Idol, and if we somehow suffer from not having the heal that the Opus provides. Again, the Opus is probably not giving us the full bonus anyways. But we're always berserking, which is going to make us anyways move faster, so that's actually good, right? And it's not a bonus that relies on maybe, so it's a bonus that is always. A bonus that is always is actually pretty good. I feel like we're faster. Slightly, not much, but it seems like things are just dying that much faster. Like a whiffle bit. We could technically play Crown of Lucian, but that would exponentially rise our thingies. And the best thing we could obviously get is a Mythic Charm, right? If you could get the Grandfather as a charm, that would be a top tier result. But I guess that's the top tier result for any build, right? So not even a question, would this be good? No, but it would be good for any build. So that's not really an answer to a question. Definitely somewhat faster, Chan. Yeah, definitely somewhat faster. So Blood Mad Idol slightly better than Griswold. I like that. I mean, it also helps that it gives me aura skills plus, I reckon. So we pushed everything to 81. Is good, considering they were all 63 at the start of the stream, right? Which has been the most fun. Sork has been really amazing, to be honest. Endurant for safety. Endurant is useless for safety. Completely useless. On this build, because this build cannot die unless you're like, I don't know, you're standing AFK around, then you can probably die. But otherwise, you're not going to die. There's a mythic charm. There are mythic charms, but they are so ultra rare that you won't see them. I mean, you think about it. We're now in the 3rd or 4th week. 4th week? 3rd week? Yep. So we're quite like far in the season, and the mythic charms just got discovered, right? It's not that people were keeping that under wraps. They just got discovered. So they just like, they're just not coming. Far from. And mostly the Chinese have gotten them. I don't think there's anyone on EU that has now posted it. So we're clearly not grinding enough. And the only mythic charm you actually want to have is realistically the grandfather, right? What others do you want to have? I mean, if you get the Ear of Perdition, that's shit because you don't have another helmet that gives you the bonus damage. If you get the Ring of Starless Skies, that's shit because you could just wear the Ring of Starless Skies. If you get the, any of the others, like, right? The only one you kind of want to have is a grandfather. I mean, and Dariel's Visage would maybe be fun, but again, not good, just fun. Loot filter is just copy and insert. But you gotta make sure that there are no spaces in front or at the back of the code. Just double check that. The copy and insert works for loot filters 100%. If Sermon could be charmed, we'd probably do that run grandfather. Oh yeah, absolutely. If Sermon could be charmed, that'd be insane. Sadly can't.
It is done.
Probably would make Paladin instantly OP if Sermon could be charmed. Any reason to not use Tyrell's Might under? I don't have the aspect slot. So I'm currently using Glenn's Anvil for the bonus damage reduction, which brings my all damage reduction up to 90%, right? So Glenn's Anvil already doing an insane job of just getting me there. Then we also have the aspect that increases my fortify drain rate, so I pretty much heal for my fortify really quickly. Super useful as well. And on top of healing for my fortify really quickly, I need the aspect of retribution on my boots. So I actually need my pants and I need my chest to be free. And that does actually not allow me to play. Oh, that was a 200 billion hit. Cool. That's kind of like how simple that is. Me out! Me out! No! What do you think about Arbiter Disciple skill? I never liked them. Heavenly Strength says 40, that's more than Tyrell's. Considering that Tyrell's gives you resistance to all elements as well, plus the movement speed, Tyrell's is just more. Right? And if you're just looking from the perspective of the DR, yes, Heavenly Strength is more. However, Tyrell's is just fringe more with everything combined what it does. Help! I bag at you! Okay, sir. But what if I don't want to? Okay, we got all the obols. Now I could just go back and, yeah, we gotta like quickly go out because it's cool that it's obol reserved because I want to stack them on obols. Trying to get a better amulet today. Greater affix crit damage. Ooh! baby. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen.
Step up to
A jackpot this early into the day. I like what I see. It's like Paladin doesn't have that many in-game builds this season. I mean, Paladin does have there's an Arbiter build, there's a Hamadin build, there's the Clash build, and there's the Zeal build. Now, all of them are rather similar-ish due to the fact that you kind of have to play Fortress for the maximum amount of damage that you can deal. But if you ignore the fact that we all have to use Fortress, I mean, we're quite good. I am stuck. I mean, at least we can use movement skills, right? It's important. My Barb doesn't even have movement skills, but he also doesn't need that because he's just consistently max movement speed zooming. Actually, that's not true. We play Leap. I lied to you, Chad. We play Leap on that build. I remember. Please Blizzard uncap the Obolts. Yeah, I'm not sure why capping the Obolts is still a thing. The only realistic reason I could imagine why capping Obolts is a thing, because they want to psychologically create a break in your gaming where you're forced to take a step back, spend your Obolts, and then continue grinding. So like a hard reset, right? So you're not just grinding your heart and soul out without ever taking a breather. It's kind of like a back to city. But you know what? I'm a grown adult. I don't need a game to hold my hand. If I want a no life, no grind, then let me no life, no grind. Not my real mommy, daddy. You're just a computer game. Okay, good. Look at that. We're back to 2,500 obolts already, Chad. So we just spent 2,500 obolts to get a better amulet, to then instantly have 2,500 obolts back. I mean, let's not forget, you used to have to do Renown to actually get this amount of obol slots unlocked. So don't forget that, Chad. Phoba with Zealot skills. Now we finally have some Zealot skills. I'm actually happy about the improvements we've made in that regard. Okay, so we wanted to layer bosses for double horde. That's super important because we can now farm a better red sermon. Then we're gonna go for my amulet here. Okay, so we got the amulet, ladies and gentlemen. First things first, we got lucky hit chance, armor, and maximum life on it. That's actually really good because now we can remove the defensive ones. Screw that. Remove, and then we can remove the lucky hit chance. That should be a mobility utility one if I'm not mistaken. No. Okay, so we got the, oops, I just added that, so we're gonna have to remove this. So yeah. Okay, so we got only crit damage multiplier on it, ladies and gentlemen. Let's try to put on some more offensive shenanigans. That is critical strike chance, but I do not in fact need critical strike chance. So what we're going to have to do right now is we're going to have to upgrade it one more. And I got fizz damage multiplier. That's really good. We could now try to lock the crit damage multiplier and be good with it. But I think I'm going to add an affix. I'm like not sure if I should be less greedy and we should just add strength to it. So I could try to get a third multiplier, but this is actually really good what we have right now. So I'm torn. I guess I'm just going to add like core. No, you know what? We're going to do this different. I'm going to add core stat, but which one we're going to do? So we're going to add core stat. Okay. But that core stat is not going to be strength. So what we're going to do is we're going to re-roll this until we actually get zealot skills. Or until we get all skills, because that is actually possible, right? So now, instead of like going down on that strength, I can just re-roll this in whatever I'm looking for. Disciple. And the best part is it's like super cheap, right? This doesn't cost me gold. This just costs me resources, and I have the resources. Jug. I mean, it's still frustrating not hitting the one you want, but it's less frustrating than having to do this with your money and your Forgotten Souls, right? I mean, imagine having to do this with your money and Forgotten Souls. Preferable, we would get all skills, core skills. I mean, core skills does work for this one. So I guess we're going to go for that. And then we're going to have to re-roll the crit, because that's the fun part. I can now still re-roll the crit into the vulnerable damage multiplier, right, ladies and gentlemen? So we get the triple multiplier, boom, plus the actual core skills as well. That's a damn good amulet, I reckon. See, look at that. Vulnerable damage multiplier. Now let's compare the two amulets here right now. We got crit Vuln Fizz versus Vuln Crit. And we have it max rolled. If you want to know more about this crafting, I actually just made a video on this too. Now we're just going to have to roll the resolve maxed. Even though you could argue on the weapon, on the amulet, we should maybe go for a flat stat, but screw that. And then we're going to masterwork the thingy. Now, I guess I'm going to try to masterwork. Like, technically, we should go for the resolve, because 5 resolve stacks is 5 times. It's 20% more damage. It's not like a lot of damage multiplier, but I think it's better to, in this case, go for the crit. And just have a few less resolve stacks. For the core skills, it's also nasty, especially if it was 4 to all skills. But yeah, it's better to have the crit damage multiplier here. Damn, that's a killer amulet, honestly. We're going to put the aspect of redirected force on it. And then we have to transfigure Undying. Transfigure, Kulian. Now we're going to roll until we get Undying. We could actually do the fortified drain rate one as well. Casting heals 4.5%. Let's go. Okay, look at this amulet. What an absolute monster in comparison. That is so nice. I really like the little monster we got there. Sock it in. Diamond out. Sock it over. Beautiful. And we also get this one. This is cooldown, 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 and zealot skills. And this one is a max rolled of penitent. So I can actually take this beauty here. And let me double check if I rerolled something on that. Rerolled the crit damage multiplier. I can actually transfigure this one because we're not going to keep it. It's like it should get cooldown. Just transfigure it and get ourselves a greater affix to crit. Yeah, greater affix to crit. Win on that. Not too bad to actually have. Okay, where were we stuck? Tyrell for our spoils. Thank you very much, Ty. More set charms. Destroyed all. Good. Get back. That is Pit, Helltide. Let's see, we got one Infernal Horde finally. Better plans. Let's see what we got. I mean, this is sealed. You know what? It could be worse. We can actually do a Nightmare Dungeon escalation for these two. We haven't done one in a while, so it makes sense. Let's do 110 now. Transfigure time on the amulet? No, the amulet is not going to get transfigured because there's a percentage missing on the aspect. And that percentage is actually important because the aspect gives me more critical strikes damage in accordance to how much block I have. And the more fortify, the more resolve I have, the more block I have. So that actually does tremendously increase my damage. It's not even funny actually how much that increases my damage. So yeah, we want really the maximum amount of possible resolve stacks for not like the reason of defense. It's also for the reason of damage scaling. Because in the Paragon board, we're also getting more damage in accordance to how much block we have. So there's just so much possible damage scaling just bound to the resolve if you know what you're doing. Right? And I hope that they really this season do not tinker with the resolve formula, because right now the resolve temper is actually overtuned. It shouldn't have what it has because the resolve temper does actually have more, or just have a higher outcome than it should have. And that's obviously something that they will address probably at the end of the season. Hopefully not during the running season, because that would be a big mistake since everyone just honed in on resolve stacks, right? I'd have to retemper my items and or my build would just become weaker. Because we're kind of like with a 25% damage bonus, right? We're upgrading from 7 to 12. And I think it only should upgrade from 7 to 10 and not to 12. Now, again, I don't care, right? I think this is great. This is fantastic the way it works. Is my health bar red? Well, because we're burning ourselves with the amulet that we're wearing. So obviously our amulet, our bar is red. Why wouldn't it be red? Green, I mean, sorry. This is a pit 110 also, like almost in 2 minutes. Really happy about that. Now it goes from 3 to 5. If you master work at normal, it goes up to 7. And that's normal. So 3 to 5, yes. And then it goes to 7. So that's all correct. But then it jumps from 7 to 12 when you hit the crit on it. And that's not intended, as far as I know. Like, it should be hitting like 10. So that would be like 2 resolve less per item where there's resolve on. Which I guess would be fine still. I mean, it would just literally make every build weaker that currently relies on resolve. Which, as fine as it is, would just feel terrible during a running season. I mean, it's something to certainly address from season 2 season, right? So as soon as this one is over and we're moving over, did I just do 270 billion? I think I just saw that. Then yes, address it, but not before. 216 billion. Oh my goodness, chat. We just went from 100 billions to 200 billions because of the new amulet. Well, I'll be damned. That worked pretty well. We lost the stone somewhere along the way. Chip or spirit? Spirit is actually more damage. Let's get that one up to... yeah, 91. You can get everything up to 91 now with pit 110. Yeah, I lost the heart somewhere. Yeah, sorry, 276 billion, right? I'm not crazy, Torpy. See, like, what a big difference, like, having this kind of amulet makes. I mean, now we need gloves with a greater affix to critical strike damage. Because we have a greater affix to all damage multiplier. These gloves are insane, but they're just not what we need, right? There's more to be had. So ultimately, what we're going to do now is we're going to roll this until I find a pair of gloves with a greater affix to critical strike damage, right? So that's poison, that's armor, that's 4 blast hammer. None of this is obviously anything you want. I guess I could sell the one for 4 blast hammer probably for quite some profit, but I'm not looking for profit, and it's a hassle.
They can't all be winners, can they?
I'm gonna now have to try to get better glovies. But we kick. You know, let's see how the Harbinger of Hatred is in Torment 12. I mean, in Torment 11, we absolutely kicked his buddy hole. How is he in 12 now? Mobilitics Link is not working. I mean, that is the Zeal Resolve Paladin. First things first, though, put up your Arena of Fun and Death and then get your Resolve stacks. It's literally the #1 thing to do. Because if I don't have the Resolve stacks, I don't have block chance, I don't have crit damage multiplier. My crit damage multiplier literally with the Resolve goes up to like, here, you know, 51,000. What, 51,000? Well, what the fuck? Yeah, it's because here. So, gain increased critical strike damage equal to 90% of your block chance. Okay, blocking doubles this bonus. And then gain block equal to resolve. So the base value is actually sitting at like 5,000 or 7,000. But as soon as I like actually block something, right? If I have my resolve stacks and block something, then suddenly it goes like... Whoosh! Getting tired of people hating on it. I mean, people hating on it at this point still are just baseless haters. Honestly, there is obviously still things that can be improved about the game. We would like, let's not lie about it. But like just baseless saying the game is terrible, it's not. It's not terrible. You might not like it, and that's completely fine. But saying the game is terrible is just, you know, it's just hating for hating at this point. Oh goodness, we're just so close to just schnazzling this. So Torment 12, no biggie, no problem. I'm stuck inside this portal here. I have fallen and I can't get out of this portal. Chad. I'm faster off just slice and dicing the portals and not using the blips here. So we get him in Torment 12 as well, ladies and gentlemen. But in Torment 11, it's still faster. I hate the fake numbers in the game TV. Yeah, I mean, the critical strike damage multiplier there just looks good, but it's not actually a real thing, right? It's going to be the reality for you. It is not a real number. It is a beautiful number, don't get me wrong. It looks absolutely fantastic. It's not a number that displays the reality of your damage. Funny though how we can just stand here and beat away at him. Yes, sir, you're not going to kill me anytime soon. Okay, well, I need to kill him like 2 seconds faster because then we're good. He's just go, look, come out before he just goes away. Yeah, thank you very much. Jesus. I need him to be +8. We're in Torment 12, so he's +8. And we're actually making him 2 times harder. So right now with my boss tree, I make them +1 and I make them +1. So the bosses we're actually fighting are +2 increase. So we're kind of fighting Torment 12 bosses actually. And we're still having a good time as a paladin, so that's nice. Right, no biggie. The main reason we're doing it is to get the double loot, because that just gives me more loot per se. And that's always amazing, because more loot is more loot. We're not running a reinforcement. I might have accidentally deleted my reinforcement this morning, my friend. So it's not a conscious choice to not run a reinforcement. It's just that I made a YouTube video and I kind of forgot to enlist my reinforcement. Make out of that what you want. You know, it's my first time playing Diablo. I've never played Diablo before. Stop making fun of me. I don't even know what I'm doing. I'm drunk. Yeah. By the way. Prove me different. Clearly I'm drunk. What is your tooltip DPS at max resolve with Fortress? What do you mean tooltip DPS at max resolve? Which number? And we just pushed our hundreds of billions to trillions. 100 billion, 80 billion max. We pushed to 280 billion. Our new amulet. We're happy about that. Considering the frequency of our hits, right? Don't actually even notice. We're obviously doing trillions of damage, just with like incremental hits and a lot of incremental hits per second. My barb damage caps out on hit 120. My glyphs are all past 100. My question: how do I get that level of damage? Dorit, so first thing you need to do is you need to boost the skill ranks. Okay. Then you need to make sure to get the crazy multipliers on items. And then you should definitely go over to YouTube and watch this video that actually explains all of this that we recorded this morning. That kind of tells you how to do all the damage scaling in the game right now. Because I came prepared for this dance-off. Because 120 is definitely not your limit with Whirlwind Barbarian, sir. There's so much more you could do. On the skill bar, you're saying when you're hovering over the skill. Well, I'm sitting at 900 million with like everything triggered currently. when I block a skill. Right here, so it's 300 with nothing, everything triggered. You get the castle, and you're sitting at 900. So we're sitting almost at 1 billion damage with a Zeal, and that's still not maxed. Like, right, 1 billion base damage. That's not maxed. There's more maxing we can do. So this is just the start. Are we expecting an actual balance patch soon? There are no balance patches coming. There will be bug fixes and things, but there are no balance patches during this season. They actually took the Path of Exile approach, and I love it, because I don't want a balance patch during a season. You just have to accept that some things are strong or weak, that obviously some things are bugged that will get fixed because they're bugged, but the actual balance is not happening during the season, which it shouldn't. It should just not happen. Like, balance is for in between seasons, and sometimes you just, your favorite class won't just be good, and that's just what it is. When they tried to do balance patches, they always fucked it up because they actually nerfed things instead of just buffing things. Okay, so Blizzard is a bunch of idiots in that regard. Sorry, but in prior seasons they actually nerfed things, and you just don't nerf things during a season. You don't have like a powerful, apart from if it's bugged, obviously, right? You don't just have like a good build and you're like, oh no, that good build that you enjoy playing, we're gonna destroy it. The reason for it, because we fucking hate you. Chat, listen. We currently make bosses twice as hard, correct? Correct me if I'm wrong. We make bosses twice as hard. Should we go and try kill Astaroth? That seems like a reasonable thing to do, right? Is there a vector of power I can increase before we go to Astaroth? I could try to get a better sword, I guess. I could try to get a better aspect. We're still missing our main aspect, actually, which is absolutely crazy. Because we get the aspect of Zealous Covenant. Finally, I've been waiting for you. Wow, this is mad. Because your maximum fervor is increased by 1 and duration is increased by 2. Why is this one so damn important? Well, the reason is quite simple. Because with this one, our actual Zealot skill here, casting Zealot skill grounds fervor for 4 seconds. Critical striking with these skills echoes the attack for 36% of the damage, repeating for each stack of fervor. That means if I critical strike, we get like 7 hits with our attack plus the echo, but for each stack of fervor. So now we're adding another stack of fervor, which will give us more hits. So alone this aspect here that actually makes, the additional hits deal 120% bonus damage, and we get 1 more. So you know how much damage we dealt until now? And now we have finally the aspect that allows us to do even more damage? Fuck yeah. Fuckity fuck yeah. Okay, before we go now, let's re-roll another seal. Yep. Now we can get core skills, and then we got still the Beru with aura skills currently. But we want to have a Beru with actual Zealot skills. Which is probably unlikely that I'll ever get that. Justice is useless for us. I mean, if it would at least be Juggernaut, I'd take it. Oboe. Now we need to go here. Dungeon, equipment, dungeon. Morning, Altari. Good to see you there. How do I get better set charms? Is it just Undercity with charm tributes? Yes. Does actually the +2 to boss difficulty, does that apply to Mephisto? He's not a layer boss, right? I never actually paid attention to that. I don't think he's influenced by the layer boss difficulty. If I'm not mistaken. No, we should be doing now even more damage. I can't wait to see. I mean, we gotta benchmark this against a Torment 12 Harbinger of Hatred now, because we just killed the Torment 12 Harbinger of Hatred, and you saw how long that took. So now that we have the other aspect, we should actually benchmark that. kind of see like what more are we dealing effectively. $221 billion, so we just saw that. I don't think we should like see too many higher numbers. We should just see more DPS with the aspect. You know what I mean? So it's not going to lead to like bigger booms. It's just going to lead to more booms. Way more. Is Lilith considered a lair boss? No, Lilith is considered an uber boss. That's why I don't think it actually counts for Mephisto. Why do you ever look for chests in the Nightmare Dungeons? Not worth hunting chests? No, not really. I mean, it really depends on what I'm doing, sir, right now. I am, like, if I go into an Obol dungeon, I'll actually open the chest. If I go into an Opticide mine, which this dungeon is, I'm not interested because I have more Opticide than I can ever spend. I have more Opticide than God. Okay. Next one is Equipment Delve, which is technically worth it to actually open the chest. But then again, if I want equipment, I just go for Urbolts and gamble. Is Mephisto mechanically harder than Lilith? Yep, absolutely. Lilith has easier tells because Lilith literally just goes in her first phase for like these waves that you can easily dodge, right? While Mephisto has like these random blips and balls of death and doom that will absolutely try to choke you. And these blips and balls, no matter how like good you are at dodging things, you'll always get hit by one or two. So you have to have a certain amount of defense. Like you can literally no-hit Lilith, right? You can no-hit her. With my Barbarian, for example, I have no opportunity to no-hit Mephisto because he will definitely hit me with one of his blips or some things, and I'll just be tanky enough to not give a flying fuck. But I will definitely get hit by some random shitty blips in between. If I have a Sork, obviously I could no-hit the whole thingy because I can teleport through stuff. Oh no. The kindergarten is schicking me, sending me some shit. That important or not? No, it's not important. Sorry. Kindergarten WhatsApp group could be important. Yeah, Whirlwind can no-hit Lilith, obviously. Because Lilith is easily avoidable. Again, many tells. Against Mephi, you just need a certain amount of, like, I don't die. Which I think, like, I personally like this, that, like, you have to just look out for your defense against Mephisto, because that forces you to make a cohesive, whole good character that looks out for defense and not just for max damage. I mean, don't get me wrong, yes, sure, you need a certain amount of damage to kill a uber boss, but if it's just a damage race, then it kind of defeats the purpose of being an uber boss, right? Because an uber boss is not just about being a damage race. An uber boss is also being about a meaningful building of your character, defense-wise. Trav, good to see you there. Thank you for the 42 months of support. Also, Deeper, very much appreciate your brand new subscription as well. Okay, we need to find captains. I'm away, nerds. Get Arena of Fun and Death. Skill's called Fortress, Chan. But it's my personal Arena of Fun and Death. What can I say? Oh, Arena of Fun and Death gone. It's really the only downside against bosses right now for this build. that you just can't keep your Arena of Fun and Death up indefinitely, right? So there's no way to extend the duration. Oh goodness, how many obols are you dropping? Jesus Christ. Calm down, brother, man. You just kept dropping obols. I wasn't stopping. He was just like, more obols. Oh, Diablo's being pretty laggy today. Like, seriously. He's still trying to get a crit damage multiplier glove.
They can't all be winners, can they?
Taken apart.
Unless it's crit damage multiplier we don't want it.
A legendary freedom.
Yeah, a bunch of sadness.
Winners, can they?
Okay, final Nightmare Dungeon, chat. Vile Splendor. That's gonna be good money. Oh, this is gonna be good money. What season was Barb not considered OP? Every single season that Rob didn't play Barb, sir. And there were actually quite some of them. So generally speaking, Barb has not always been OP. No, there have been certainly seasons where other classes have outshone the Barbarian. I get even so far that Rob had to play the Necromancer. Jeez. Generally speaking, though, yes, Barb has been the cause of a lot of nerfs to the game. I mean, the first time that the Banished Talisman got nerfed was the Barb's fault. And then again, the Banished Talisman had to get nerfed because it was an ongoing problem in the actual game for a while. But it was more down to Overpower actually being an ongoing problem in the game, right? So... Is that? Yeah, there have been many seasons where Barb wasn't OP. I mean, I have no complaints about Barb, just in general about the class of Barbarian. Like, I find it still silly that Barb has the amount of aspect that he actually has, right? It just gives you so much build freedom and variety that no other class has, I'm sorry. Like, I gladly say goodbye to the Necromancer's passive with all the multipliers that sacrificing your skeletons provide. I would absolutely gladly say goodbye to that and just simply play like 4 weapons on the Necro. Do you know what shit I could do with 4 weapons on the Necro? Like what absolutely broken shenanigans I could do? Yeah. Another 2,500 obolds, chat. So we can go another inventory gambling. Okay, like, lads, I'm trying to leave this area. Stop it. God.
To break another's work.
So, we need gloves.
It's terrible. You? Hey, well done, you.
Maximum life.
Back to it then.
No, and yeah, a legendary prize for the
3 to core skills. You would think that 3 to core skills is actually good because it is better than an all damage multiplier and better than a vulnerable damage multiplier. But unless this glove would turn out like, I just want the greater affix to crit damage multiplier because that one is just one of the biggest scalers we currently have available. So yeah. Need crit damage multiplier. Goodness, is that so many? Do I have just full obols? I have full obols again, chat. Holy moly, mac Christy, Christ. Let's go more. Can you tell me why the heck the orange chest keeps moving the location of the Helltide? It just moves the location every 30 minutes, if I'm not mistaken. There was something there. Also, every Helltide has a different position of the chest. Fire resistance, poison resistance.
Many. What brings you?
This terrace. Nice. Yeah. They can't all a legendary prize for the Finlander.
I mean, I guess at least we're getting Forgotten Souls. Ha! Obolt, we got him, Chan. Finally. Okay, teleporting to our good old friend Astaroth now. This is Torment 12 Astaroth. I'm not sure. Does he count as a lair boss? Does he get the +2 from lair bosses? Good question. Let's find out. Oh, Astaroth is going to be a bitch on that Torment here. Yeah. I can already feel that. I mean, his doggy dies, but he's going to have like a gazillion HP. Nah, it's actually fine. I thought it could be like harsher. Astaroth, could you please come here? I need you to quickly like come over here. Like Astaroth here because I need to put down my Arena of Fun and Death on top of you, right? But then I need to like not stand in the middle. So thank you for that. Oh god, I need to step up. Astaroth, could you come here? Yeah, thank you. I could have probably just killed him, but I'm just gonna murder his doggy first. Okay, kill the ads because the ads are gonna keep my arena up. I guess we're gonna just reduce the cooldown. Okay, got him. I thought he would be like a bit more sturdy. Wow, that was a lot of tributes and everything. Loot! Loot! Loot more! Not too bad. Zealot skills? No. So, what we gotta do now is we gotta hand that all in. Open my caches that we don't need. Get all the stuff. Need to pick up all feature. Not have a single item for what we're doing here. And we could still get improvements to our aspects, actually. So that's something to have an eye out for. Butcher's Cleaver. Who wants the Butcher's Cleaver?
I'll be here, swinging away.
Open up. Loot fatigue kicking in, ladies and gentlemen. It's too much. It's too much. When you're getting like so much loot that you're always like... I'm kind of like fine. And a Tree of Whispers as well. Greater collection of amulets. I mean, I doubt we're going to get a better amulet than the one I crafted. That's like highly unlikely. In every regard. 3 to basic skills. I know there's a couple of builds that could actually profit from that amulet that I have. But again, a greater affix to basic skills is still worse than a greater affix to the crit damage multiplier, right? So we're going to destroy all of you. Okay. So one Tormenteer down and see how fast the Butcher is. And if we're going to do him 2 Tormenteers down just for speed. Any tips for Paladin builds? You have to play Fortress together with Resolve stacking because Fortress provides you with 4% times 50 damage multiplier. Together with a Resplendent, it's together with the Sentinel Glyph, it's around 280% just from playing Resolve. So yeah. Okay, that's exactly what we're looking for. speed over everything, Chan. So we need more red sermons now. I'm looking for a red sermon with a greater affix to critical strike damage, obviously. Because that would, again, boost our damage. But we're still transfiguring every red sermon that we find. So, because it can always be turned into something better.
Off we go again.
Mephisto and Torment 10. Mephisto and Torment 10 is like, as soon as you do billions of damage, you can actually just send him. I mean, right now we would just trash the dude. So right now I'm going to take this one. It doesn't have a greater affix, and we're just going to transfigure it. Maybe it comes a good outcome. No, not a good outcome. So then we're going to take these 3 red transfigured sermons, right, and recycle uniques to make another one, which might get... See, this is crit damage multiplier and maximum life, and it has weapon damage. The lucky hit chance to restore resources is useless, so it's actually worse than mine to a degree. But I like the greater affix to weapon damage, so we're going to keep this right now as a okay base, potentially. Good night, my little friend. Oh, there's a 200 sword with a greater affix. This is probably the tiring grind now, because it's going to be like checking if we get something. This is a crit damage multiplier at strength. So that's a dud. That's a dud. That's a dud. But each of them still is going to get transfigured, because you could still hit the double transfigure, right? So why are we doing this? Why are we taking these weapons that are technically bad? And why are we still transfiguring them? I mean, first and foremost, if you look at my resources, I have like 540 of this. So I might as well transfigure this item and not craft on it, because if it turns like if this transmute stays green, right? Red. I might as well be able to turn this weapon into something absolutely insane, especially if I do get the gem strength. So it's like spam crafting, because I have nothing better to do anyways with these, right? Might as well just spam craft them. And if they don't work, again, we recycle them into another one to then spam craft that one as well. And if I get gem strength on it, right, together with still transmutable, then I'll craft it. And if I don't get it, then I'm fine. At least we're getting a lot of the swords, so that's good. Not getting them with greater affixes, that's bad. How many layer keys do I have left? 28. We got there 3 red sermons per run. Kind of good. Great Zeal and Torment 12. Yeah, I mean, we have been mostly Torment 12 Zelms. I just do this faster now. You know, this is just faster.
You know where to find me.
Figure. The greater affix. The greater affix. It's actually not a bad outcome, but as long as this doesn't stay red, I don't want it. Open gems before transfiguring, otherwise you're cooked. No, you're not. Bugs you. Because I am not masterworking the item or anything. The only good outcome for me is hitting a transfigure that allows me to modify afterwards. So transfiguring does not make the item unmodifiable 100%. So I am not cooked, because even if I get gem strength, it's useless. unless it stays unmodifiable with gem strength. A random piece of armor. I mean, look at my weapon. My weapon has 2 transfigures on it. I get the 20% max life, and I made the strength a greater affix, which is obviously one of the best outcomes if that happens. Oh, we didn't get a single red sermon from this? That's crazy. Wouldn't gem strength be good regardless? Gem strength would only be good if the item is fully masterworked, if the item is tempered, if the item has all of it on. So do you want me to now fully masterwork every single red sermon I found? Every single one? Do you want me to do that? Because that would be a waste of resources. Aspect of retribution cannot be put on the boots like you show in your planner. Did I put retribution on boots or interdiction? Let me check. Oh yeah, that's the wrong aspect. Thank you. It's interdiction. Thank you for reminding me. So the reality is that obviously it would be better if I masterwork every single red sermon before I transfigure it. But the reality is also that I just don't have the resources to do that. And I don't have the time nor interest to do that. So the best outcome is to actually spam craft. Oh god, that's another mythic. 2 mythics, let's go. So the best outcome is to actually spam craft and just literally hope to get lucky. Win the lottery. I mean, either you're going to win the lottery or you're not going to win the lottery. But you're not going to waste your resources while you're trying to win the lottery, right? Holy light aura. It's terrible, actually. I mean, this is obviously absolute end game improvements. Right now, I'm not even looking for a... What do I want to say? Like, I'm not even looking for the best possible outcome, aka a gem strength weapon. What I am personally looking for is a... what I'm personally looking for right now would be simply a weapon with a greater affix to crit. Okay? That's what I would want to have. Because if I get a greater affix to crit, then I can make a better one. Because right now, this one is just not it, right? So I'm not even looking for the god outcome. I'm just looking for a decent outcome. And we're slowly working our way into that. And at some point, you can only get stronger with certain things, which is a problem, right? I can only get stronger if I actually get a good red sermon. So sure, I can upgrade my glyphs to a certain degree. Sure, I can, you know, go for my, like get a better pair of gloves and whatsoever. But the best outcome would obviously be getting a red sermon. Go to Torment 12. The difference in loot between Torment 12 and Torment 11 for layer bosses is non-existent. Non-existent. But Pony, Blizzard said Torment 12 has the best loot. Well, they lied to you. Actually, they never said Torment 12 has the best loot. You just assumed that. You just assumed. I'm never going to get a sword with a greater affix. I mean, we could just go and kill Belial, I guess. I got 10 Belials. Could probably go. Still unsure if I should work with this one here that has the 40% crit damage multiplier over the all damage multiplier. I mean, I could craft it up and then just transfigure it and see what comes out of it. Maybe. Are you running the Blood Mat Idol as a unique charm? Currently, I am running that, and sadly, I have a low roll. So mine is at 88 out of 100%, so that's 12% damage missing. Bummer. Oh god, is Diablo stuff being like a weird-ass weirdo today. Okay, world boss in 3, you're saying... 2 minutes. Just thinking if I could run like a pit in 2 minutes before we go to the world boss. Before I travel there to that world boss, I'm just going to be here 20 times over. Oh wait, we gotta go to Torment 12. Because Chad is else gonna say I'm gonna lose loot on the world boss, right? Fast, pony. Go to Torment 12. Get the most loot possible. Is it worth doing Mythic Tributes in Tier 8? The question is not if it's worth it to do Mythic Tributes in Tier 8. You should technically wait for Torment 10 to have a higher chance to get the Mythic Seals, but that's generally like you should be in Torment 10 for a higher chance to get Mythic Seals. The question is, do you have your Undercity War Plan leveled up to level 3 already? That's more important. So the tier, like, it doesn't matter if it's Torment 8, 9, 10, 11, or 12, but your Undercity needs to be at least all the way up to Gutter Filth. If you don't have it at Gutter Filth yet, don't even consider doing shit.
Hello.
How many roots do I have? 5 roots. That's very good. We got 25 fresh meat feed also.
I need help.
Are you planning to have life on hit on your weapon or life rec on gear of Blood Met Idol Charm? No, I have the undying aspect, 4.5 hit life per hit. Then I have the aspect of embattlement. A fortified drain rate is increased. My Zealous Oath is actually fortifying me with every single hit. My Holy Light Aura is fortifying me. So I pretty much drain my life, consistently refiddle my life, and therefore I am never not fortified, nor am I ever in any way danger of dying. So yeah, this is how it works. It's pretty nifty. Kind of OP to be honest. Gabby, I don't have anything Paladin-wise but the Red Sermon. I haven't kept a single item. I mean, I've made 5 different characters, 5 different builds, actually more than 5 different builds, so I don't have the luxury to keep anything in my stash. It's bad out there. Have you seen the new root XP method? You mean the new root XP method that we made a video about already? Yes, sir. I have seen the new root XP method that we have made a video about already. Oh. 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 Well, would you look at that, ladies and gentlemen? Would you look at that? Suddenly, fun has begun. Yes. Very good. I mean, like, we have been playing now for 200 hours this season, so I guess it was about damn time. Must be nice, dude. It's really nice. I'm just feeling like I hit the jackpot. The thing is, I can make every single build I have essentially stronger with this. And that's like why I like this so much. It's just, it's not about like the fact of having a mythical seal. It's about the fact that I can actually improve every single build meaningful. So the question now stays though, what are we going to do for this build? Because I can now remove this one, obviously, and I still have the 5 set bonus. So which other one are we adding to make this worth it? I mean, we could go for gain aura potency. Okay. Not too hot, but I guess it wouldn't be terrible to gain aura potency, I guess. Right? If we wanted to mess around with things. And first, let's destroy everything. Ooh. Ooh. That is attack speed bonus. Yeah. And we have been using this one from Warlock so far. Resource cost reduction. This is attack speed bonus that actually works. Problem is that, like, the Paladin generally doesn't have, like, cool sets that have a 2-set bonus. Right? Can you use 2 uniques? You can use 2 uniques with the other one. Here, this one. Cannot have more than 5 sockets, but can equip 2 unique charms. This one is obviously useless because what is it going to do for you? Right? Because it has 5 charm slots max, so that unique mythic charm is shit. I got 5 Crooks of the False Prophet. I have 6 Crooks of the... Why do I have 6? Did I just drop another one? Oh. The World Boss dropped one as well, but I got the seal from the World Boss. Jesus, that's not okay. Lucky me. It could use a 2-piece R set. I mean, it's really like... There's just nothing better to really use, right? If we're looking at the Paladin here right now. So we're looking at this one right now, where he's the number 2. So if we go for... I mean, that one would technically work, right? And even though it's not showing... And this is enemies cower before you becoming feared and immobilized, so that's useless. The disciple skills reduce shit is also useless. Then we got the aura potency, and I think that's it, right? Like Paladin doesn't have anything else, or is there another set I'm missing? The aura potency is the only one you can do. I need Undercity to push my Undercity to tier 3. Now let's kill Belial first. It's 2 for the second set. That is correct. That is correct. Problem is there like the 3 set bonus of aura. Aura skills gain all of their upgrade. Interesting. The other ones are usually just damage reduction, right? That one was... I wonder if that beam kills me. No, it doesn't. Very stupid. Beautiful. So that answers my question. Can we survive the beam? Yes, indeed, we can survive the beam. You either sacrifice a 5-set bonus. I mean, the good thing is that I can now look for anything that has Zeal on it, right? So that's the thing. Like, I don't have to have the what's it called again? I can, like, here, this one is, for example, 2 core skills, right? I can just use that one for the time being, because, like, obviously this one is just not providing me anything else. We can just put it on easily and just keep the 4, right? I keep the 5, so that's fine. I mean, obviously, this is 80% bonus damage, so none of these stats is providing me 30% bonus damage, right? It's not worth it. Let's do one more. Paladin is the greatest class ever created in an ARPG theme, art direction-wise. Oh, I don't know about that one. I always found the sorcerer the coolest, just thematically. Butcher. I'm a simple man. I'm just looking for a 200 ancestral sword with a greater affix. Is that so much to ask for, chat? It seems like that is so much to ask for. Take away the unique charm. It's not worth it. I mean, how much would aura potency really do for me? Aura potency would give me more. I mean, would aura potency increase the critical strike damage that I get from Fanatism aura stacks? then it could be considered worth it. I got one with 3-2 Zealot skills, so that's at least nice. So we consider that we get the... It's 4% more per stack. And it stacks 5 times. That's only a 20% increase. That's not what the Bloodmat Idol gives me. You know? I mean, the Defiance Aura is stronger now. I don't really feel it's worth it. Or we can give it a try. See if it does like over the Bloodmat Idol. You never know until you have fucked around and found out a bit more. Just sad that Paladin doesn't have like any crazy stats, because like some of the other classes, the 3 set bonus is insane. So for example, if you go for APOC Warlock has some insane 3 set bonuses. That will always be absolutely nasty.
That's it for that piece.
We got a lot of reservements. Oh, that one is transmutable. So this one get 20% physical damage plus and is still transmutable, but the rest is shit on it. So this is, by the way, what you're aiming for. That you get an upgrade, you transmute it, you transfigure it, and you could now transfigure it again, right? So realistically, this one is a good intrigue, but since it doesn't have completely useless stats and the transmute or the transfigure didn't go for gem strength or anything plus then the transmute again, right? It's not really worth it, so I can just press the button. Wow, you're not going to let me transfigure it another time? Even though I can transfigure it another time? That's weird. Now it worked. Interesting. Turn indestructible. Terrible. Okay, with the Helltide. 45 minutes. Let's see if we do more damage now without the blood mat, right? But I do believe our damage should be lower. I should surprise if it was higher. Guess we could just go to the... What is it called again? You could just go to check. At the, what's it called again? At the training grounds.
It is done.
Maybe also because of the attack speed. The problem is that if the attack speed actually led to more DPS, it's really hard to quantify. Right? I mean, the only advantage we have is obviously overusing the Bloodmat Idol. I can make sure to get the Zealot skills. So realistically, I could get the most amount of Zealot skills because I'm able to use the other things. Right? What's up with boss? So right now, without the Arena of Fun and Death, we're sitting at... With the Arena of Fun and Death, we're sitting at... Decent numbers. They're not scaling as high as they should in like actually a single combat situation, which is kind of interesting. In the real world is actually, I mean, these are all billion hits, right? You don't even see the amount of billion hits. We now go back to our Ultimate Idol. And I can still keep the 3 ranks to Zealot skills, though. Yeah, there's overall bigger numbers. Tier 12 boiler. So, Torment 12, a boiler. There's obviously just boss fighting testing. I don't know if like the pit would maybe be more convenient. That's why mythic skills are mostly terrible MO. Do disagree because it really comes down to the class. Again, Warlock heavily profits from this because Warlock got insane sets. I think Druid could also profit from this heavily because Druid, again, got insane sets as well. It's hard, though, to compete with a Banished Lord's Talisman because the Banished Lord's Talisman is a 200% damage scaler just like that, right? It's hard to be like, oh, no, I don't want the Banished Lord's Talisman. Like, why would I want to have this? This is with the Bloodmad Idol, just standing AFK on the Butcher. He went into phase 2 because we didn't kill him fast enough. Shame. Okay, that was with the Bloodmad Idol. So now we're gonna swap the Bloodmad Idol out for the Aura stacks. Let's see. Sir, in order for this build to work, you need the Red Sermon. So before you have Red Sermon, you gotta play the build. Actually, you don't have to play the build different. But like when you don't have Red Sermon, you have to take a different specialization on your... I mean, so the advantage of this is I could trigger my aura sooner again. Huh. I could trigger them more often with this set. Which actually worked in my favor, interestingly enough. Yeah, I know I need to trigger them, horrible, because if we don't trigger them, we're not getting the cooldown reduction. So we still need to trigger them. The main reason why we trigger them is the cooldown reduction. We require cooldown reduction. Without cooldown reduction, our castle wouldn't be coming up fast enough. So that's why you actually see me clicking the buttons. After all these butcher kills, we still don't have a better red sermon. It's kind of sad. Is Kulian, that when transfiguring the move on jewelry, if you want to have another aspect on your amulet, yes, then it is the move. Bunch of duds. Dud City. Okay, let me run a PID 110 with the auras. Okay. I'm gonna get back to cool uniques. I do actually like the way how uniques are currently. Personally. I'm not mad with the RNG that uniques provide right now. It's actually an interesting way to create some better, some farm. Wow, we finally died one time to actually enemy interference. That hasn't happened in a hot minute. You know, that something was even remotely strong enough to budge our HP. I mean, I do feel the bonus R shenanigans definitely for our... having our ulti up more often. And when my castle just comes instantly back up, which is insane. For sure. But we're not doing this 110. I'm not sure, like, we gotta test like 110 with this and then 110 with the other stuff up, right? Obviously. Let's see if there's much of a difference. What are we looking at here? A... Two minutes, 30 seconds. Two minutes, 30 seconds for a 110. And now let's go back to the Bloodmad Idol. I mean, obviously we're going to upgrade our glyphs a bit, so that is going to skew the result, but it's minimal, so I'm okay with that. Can you only get the red sermon from the butcher? You just take an ancestral sword and then you go to your Horadric cube, upgrade to unique, and the ancestral sword will always be a red sermon. Every single time. Not sometimes, every single time. Okay, so now we're going to do a Bloodmad Idol, and it's still a PID 110. Let's see which one is faster. So generally speaking, I like the way uniques are because we finally have something to actually grind for, if that makes sense. I think if uniques were still fixed stats, it would be vastly too easy. And it would take out some of the fun of actually having like these big fight moments, like these, whoa, what the fuck? This is the perfect unique. Because right now, like, I don't know. I didn't mind having uniques with fixed stuff, and I was at first not the biggest fan of it, but I truly believe it does actually make for a better grinding loop, personally. And the fun part is, even if you don't have a perfect one, you're still strong enough. So it's not like that you require a perfect one to actually reach Torment 12, right? I could reach Torment 12 with an absolute shoddy Red Sermon. However, like it gives me something to like look forward to, grind forward to. So I don't know. I like it. Chat, it might just be the enemy density. It might just be the orbs dropping, but I kind of feel like the Bloodmed Idol is vastly superior to getting the aura potency up. I mean, as cool as it would have been to actually use the seal, but I don't think we require the seal here. And was it 230 clear with the seal? Not sure at what we're looking here. And it's like minimal difference, right? But there is a difference. Now, obviously, there could be a clear discrepancy, but that seems like 30 seconds faster, roundabout. What do you say? You want to love this game, but I'm a D2 bias. I mean, if you like D2 too much, then you will never like D4. And that's just the simple truth of it, my friend. You gotta let go of D2 to actually start enjoying this game more. And I personally never enjoyed D2 very much, so for me, this is a no-brainer. Right? It's hard to like D4 for what it is if you're like an absolute fan of the Diablo 2. That's for sure. Clash is agonizingly boring, and that's exactly why we made a seal build, sir. So you don't have to clash it. Right, the thing about uniques being random is that I can make perfect gloves, amulets, rings, boots, chests. I can make everything perfect, okay? I can make every single item that's not a unique item perfect. Let's not kid ourselves, right? Every single of my character has just literally like maybe one affix of being perfect, right? Every single time. And that's why I guess unique's gonna stay random to like create some chase, because otherwise like just everything is perfect and there is no chase. I mean, I can literally just stay in town, go to the vendors, wait for them to reset, and craft myself the best items in the game. Right? I would not have to step a single step out of town apart from getting the crafting materials, right? But realistically, you can just stay there and just craft them. I don't have to kill monsters, but I don't have to grind, right? So yeah, it brings me back to like the uniques being random again creates like the last grind, right? The last frontier of grind that's kind of left. And that's good. I'd rather have uniques have much less drop chance, but have unique stats. No, much less drop chance would be terrible because then you're going to be struggling to actually get them. However, you can actually craft them if you really need them. So much less drop chance would then again go back to the crafting loop because I can craft uniques extremely easy. Therefore, if there's much less drop chance, I'll just spend my time crafting again. I guess it's just a personal dislike or like Torpy. I feel what you're saying. Totally do agree. You know, you're not wrong. Like I can understand your position, but I do just humbly believe it would be worse for the game. Disregarding my personal like or dislike of the situation. Build for this Paladin, we have a mobilitics, but it's lacking like any kind of explanation. So if you just copy this build 1-to-1, you're gonna die. There will be a video coming to the Paladin, so don't worry about that. We're gonna have the full video coverage with the full build breakdown. But today we just want to push it to the max because we're not at the max yet, right? We still need to get this to do a whiffy bit more damage. I mean, we already upgraded from hundreds billions to 200 billions. So we're sitting up to 300 billion per hit. And then we're doing 12 hits at the same time. I'm not actually entirely sure how many hits it is. It's 4 fervor stacks. Each fervor is 1 more hit. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Then we have the original hit is 5. Then we get 2 more. It's 7. And then we get 4 more, which is 11. So every single hit of my thingy is actually 11 hits at the same time. And if we're fully damage juiced, right, then each hit does actually do something with double to triple digit billions. So, and since I have like almost 100% attack speed, we're just slamming this out with like very, very much awesomeness. And then we just slice and dice, as you can see. Oh, boss trophies. Please don't mind if I do. Oh, if you're used to D2, the visual clarity is non-existent, but that goes for every modern ARPG. Let's not kid ourselves. The visual clarity non-existence literally goes for every modern ARPG. You want visual clarity? Visual clarity's optional, you fool! I mean, have you actually ever played my Path of Exile Grenadier build? Yeah. Visual clarity, my ass. The trick is to become so tanky that visual clarity is not needed. You know? So, like, the thing is that my Paladin is virtually undying. I mean, again, like, as long as I have something to hit and I just don't stand in a pool of lava, I will win every single encounter. Right? Obviously, if I stand AFK in a pool of lava, I will die. Surprise. But otherwise, I will never, never die. Yeah, visual clarity has no power here. That is the best way to say it. A slider would be nice. Yeah, if it would be that simple, just turn effects down. I'm totally with you. I don't understand why we can't have the technology, right? Where's the problem to just give me a visual clarity slider, something in that direction? Why can't we just not have that? There must be a reason. Like, we just don't have the technology, my friend. We do not have it. Get this neck in 27 volt, GA crit strike, 2 all skills, and GA volt. Oh, you beast. I mean, I'm happy with my one that is like core skills, fizz damage, crit damage, volt damage. I mean, this one is pretty, yeah. Banger. Crafted this monstrosity today. Okay, what are we looking at? The pit. We did a 110. Let's do a 120 and just see how long that's going to take. Now, most Paladin videos you'll find online, they're like, I beat a pit 120. So I guess if I beat a pit 120 now, I'm a cool Paladin. But this is my favorite part about this. Just stay in the middle and just don't die. Now, the only issue is that we're going to lose the stone. So we're not going to get our blips here. Would be a reasonable downside. No stone blips. Or we're just standing AFK in all their effects and that's it. Bunny half must not die, ladies and gentlemen. I wonder if the self-burn of the Blood Mad Idol is partially responsible for the loss of the Heart of Stone. Okay, I just pick it up mid-combat. Should work, right? Right, surely. Shouldn't be a problem. Surely we can just pick up the Heart of Stone mid-combat. Then we kill these stupid lightning dudes because they're absolute nuisance. The only sad part about this is that my Sork is doing the whole thing in less than 60 seconds, right? Oh, I forget my Heart of Stone. Where's it? Come back here to me, my friend. See, a Heart of Stone lost again. I mean, we're like not dying, but that doesn't mean we're not taking damage, because we are taking damage. We're just like healing against that damage with everything we do quite significantly. Probably the only sad part about being a melee character, huh? Maybe I need like, what is it called again? I need to start playing the Thule rune to freeze our enemies. And then, that's actually something you could do. You play the Thule rune to freeze your enemies with the Frost Nova. Okay. And then on top of playing the Thule rune, you could play the Azurath charm, which would increase the frost damage, which would have frozen enemies explode. And then on top of the Frost Charm and the Thule rune, you could play the Azurite ring that increases the damage that frozen enemies take from you forever. That is technically a tech we could play. I saw that one on YouTube, so this is not a tech I came up with. I'm not that smart, chat. I'm sorry. That's one I saw somewhere on a YouTube video. So it was you play the Azurath as a charm, then Thule rune, so Sork, to freeze enemies, and then the ring that permanently makes them take more damage from you. And then if they permanently take more damage, and then they explode when the freeze like kind of ends, and then they shatter. And it's actually like, it's quite interesting, and it should actually work. Like, considering like the speed with which we attack and all that kind of stuff, and the freezing that's happening, I just need like a reliable way to trigger the Frost Nova over and over again, but that should also not be a problem. And since I'm hitting the whole screen and everything on my screen is being hit, that should work. Wow, I just stood in that lightning and I didn't instantly die, which is crazy, all things considered. Right? I expected to just discombobulate here. Right, chat? I mean, like, we all know how severe the lightning shit is, right? I expected to discombobulate. But it seems like I can almost survive, like, the harshest punishment. I just need to improve my chest and my legs, and then we can also survive this one. We notice, though, there is another level of damage needed to make this feel awesome, right? So we're cooking. This is fine. We're doing damage. I'm okay with, like, the way we're blasting through this. However, I feel like another layer of damage would be cooler. So really getting this Red Sermon now with greater affix to crit damage is something I would want to have. Then, obviously, a Transfiguring that is not sad. We would want to have our ring higher, and we definitely need to try out that Azurath trick. I think I'm gonna want to like see how that works. Problem is, we're going to lose an aspect for that, so that's always shitty, because you're going to have to, like, you know, play the ring, and we need to get an Azurath in max roll, kind of. But making frozen enemies explode could be absolutely nifty. Discombobulate, sir. It's a complete normal word that's being used by everyone. Come on now. It's when things hit you so bad that your molecules just implode into itself and you get torn into pieces by the universe. God, Jesus Christ. Bunch of amateurs. Where do you get is it Red Sermon from? The Red Sermon is from Zabucha. Okay, this is like a too long pit 120 clear. And we don't have our glyphs to 100 yet still, though. My sword could do it faster. And we're still happy about the success of the Paladin. So 120 is down. Now we just need to slay Mr. Mephisto to feel good about it. That was our ultimate goal today. Need to slay Mephi. Okay, how's the boss gonna be? Oh goodness Christ! Who's doing all that lightning on top? Hey chat, let's fight the boss, but on top of the boss, let's put down like a bunch of lightning, because why wouldn't we? There was 300 billion now 2 times on top of all the other billions that you have seen clearly. That's quite good. I'd like the boss to just come here for a second so I don't have to stand back there. Is that thingy here? He's throwing lightning bloops at me. Dude, he's just trapping the whole arena. I just want to fight the boss. And there's just like lightning traps everywhere. 399 billion, ladies and gentlemen. That's the high score so far. Plus all the other shenanigans that are coming. Wait, who's doing even more lightning now? Oh god, there's his cronies. His cronies, chat. They're the lads. They're on top. More lightning, shaboing. I'm just trying to survive here. They're like, no, listen. We need to do more lightning shit. We got him. Somewhat 452 billion. Woo, let's go. Half a trillion. So it is possible that our normal sword strikes do trillions of damage with the good equipment. I mean, that's something exciting to look at in my eyes, right? That you just know it's going to happen eventually. If I just make sure that I get all my multipliers multiplying and everything like as high rolled as there is a possible. So good start. Let's get the chip higher. Resplendence, spirit. No, yeah, spirit needs to be higher. Okay, 101. Chip follows up. Can you use Red Sermon as a charm? Absolutely not. Absolutely not, and that is sad. It would be so great if you could do this as a charm, but you cannot. So yeah, sadness. How much attack speed do we have, chat? We're currently sitting at a 39% attack speed. Then we get the Fanatism Aura. That gives us 8% attack speed per stack 5 times, another 40%. We do need a second ring that has attack speed. This one has crit chance, and crit chance is useless. Why is crit chance useless? Because we have 25.7 crit chance. Then we're getting crit chance from this, so 5 stacks, another 15%. On top of that 15% crit chance, we have the... Zeal has 6% increased crit chance, but double against weakened enemies, and our enemies are always weakened. And then having Rally also has a 5% crit chance, so we have another 17% on top. Therefore, we really do not need that crit chance bonus, right? You get a better ring, but I would need one with a greater affix to the multiplier purple. We get the Zealous aspect in better, because I'm still struggling a bit. We have Zealot here. This one here, it's 32% bonus damage, okay, and double it while 3 or more stacks of fervor, so that's actually like a genuine boost of damage is 70%. It's nice. The problem is there's another one that works with fervor stacks. So there is also the aspect here of Jack's fervor that gives us 20% bonus critical strike damage per stack of fervor. The problem is that that one doesn't stack properly. So assumingly this one should be multiplicative, but it just works additive for some reason with the with this one. So there is the fervent node. This one here, fervent, you gain increased critical strike damage and critical strike chance for each stack of fervor you have. So that's another 12%, by the way. And you would assume that this actually works with fervent together, and it would lead to an insane bonus, but it doesn't, which is a real deal issue. And what we can do though is, since this one here is max rolled, we can transfigure it and see what comes out of it. Indestructible. Fuck yeah. At least we don't have to worry about it breaking anymore, right? What's your castle node at percentage-wise? Our castle node, when we have everything cooking, is currently sitting at... Castle's sitting at 100%. The block chance one is sitting at 110%. There's always a bit more you can weasel out with castle, but not much, right? I mean, we have here armor greater affix, that's good. We don't have armor in our pants, that's terrible. So that's missing, and we have armor in our boots. So if I now get armor on the pants, but it would be a marginal increase. It wouldn't be like a huge increase. Starless Ring. Starless Ring is not worth it for this build. Don't mind me, just trying to get more layer boss keys. See, this is the ring, by the way, that we were talking about. Okay, let me show you. So you get this ring here, Signet of Pelgain. Your freeze effects cause enemies to permanently take increased damage from you each second they're frozen, which is actually interesting if you think about it. Now, obviously, we would have to get one of these Pelgain signets as maximum rolled, and then we would have to get an Azure Wrath. I'm not sure where Azure Wrath drops. Azure drops from... Bartik fucked me sideways. Do I not have an Azure Wrath charm? I think I had one, but it's on a different character. I need to check all my charms because I'm pretty sure I saw one. But we get the Pelgain actually. So we kept Pelgains here. This one is a crit damage multiplier and intelligence plus shadow damage, which is actually terrible, right? We have one here with max life. So currently we're going to keep this one with a vulnerable damage multiplier for the time being. The rest can get destroyed. We might actually kill some more Beast of Ice quickly to just see if we can get a better one. Yeah. You know what? Let's kill some Beast of Ice. Dova, if you want to know more about damage, we just posted a video this morning that explains everything damage and how to improve it. And it's pretty much exactly the things I'm doing for all my characters. I mean, we went today from 190 billion to 475 billion on this character. So a slight improvement in damage, right? Oh, that was a ring with 2 greater affixes. Jeez. Be useful. Pelgain, life reg. Wow. 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 Disappointment. So what are we trying to do is we're trying to combine these two right now, the Pelgain and the Azure Wrath, to see if that would potentially increase our damage. That brings me to the question, is the Frost Nova that you're shooting out with the rune, was that the Frost Nova that gave that made enemies vulnerable? I haven't played the Frost Nova in a while, so I actually don't know. Someone like, correct me if I'm wrong. What was it? It was the Frost Nova that made vulnerable, right? So it actually required to be the Frost Nova that makes vulnerable. Okay, we need one with at least 2 damage multipliers. Preferable crit damage multiplier. Because otherwise it ain't working the way I want it to work. For Endgame Necker, is Shadow or Pure Armor of the Dead build stronger? I think Minions is actually the strongest. No, I mean, Bloodwave is the strongest. I'm not sure about Shadow. Really haven't looked into it. Ready for PoE2? Waiting for the patch notes, sir? Waiting for the patch note. So there's actually a few things bugged with Zeal. For example, this one here is also not working. The Zeal Cleaves gains 2 additional strikes and deals increased damage to weakened enemies. That 25% is sadly also not working. Oh, is that a Sword of Justice? That's an Eldarin. That's my 3rd mythic today. I'm sorry, chat. I'm not hacker man. I'm not hacker man. I'm just lucky. It's our 3rd mythic today. Physical damage, vulnerable damage, and crit damage. I mean, it's not what I'm looking for, but I guess I'll take it. You know? For the time being. Can't believe next Friday is 05, dude. It's so good. I got so much ARPG fun. I mean, it's not that Diablo's running out of steam, but, you know, it never hurts to have something new on the horizon to look forward to. Okay, now we need to get Azure Wrath. That was from Bartuk, you said. So we're going to obviously kill the Palace of the Deceiver. Right? I wonder how much faster we would kill Torment 12 bosses if we didn't give them +2 power. But then again, what does that even matter, right? Ash, you don't talk about Opticite. Yeah, I mean, if you're not maxed out on Opticite, I'm going to question what you're doing with your life, sir. When at this point, everyone should be absolutely maxed out of Opticite at any given point. So on the Torment 11 one, I survived this. Yep, I still survived this. Cool. Can I survive this still? Ah, beautiful. Absolutely what we want to have happening, right? Ladies and gentlemen. Ah, he would finally get me. What's the best way to quickly farm Opticite? You just go for a war plan. I mean, in the war plan, you can get Opticite, and that's probably the best way to get Opticite. But I was genuinely surprised if how you managed to run out of Opticite. Like, no offense, but what did you do? Right? It should be virtually impossible to run out. Like seriously. Okay, let's avoid that one. Because it can actually kill me. Even though we're almost undying, Chad. A Torment 12 with power 2 increase is definitely, like, making this a slog fest. That's for sure. Doo-doo-doo. Now, Bartek, right? Let me double check. Bartek. That's Azurath. 3 of them. Great. So, the combo is following, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to remove the Bloodmed Idol. We're going to replace the Bloodmed Idol through Azurath. Azurath's test. After freeze expires, enemies explode for 120% of the damage you dealt to them while frozen. Okay? So we're going to freeze them. Then we're going to increase the damage they take by 20% while frozen. Okay? Which is nice, because they're going to be frozen for like 3 to 4 seconds or something like that. And we could make them explode. I don't think we actually do need the Signet of Pelgain. The only advantage of the Signet is that it is permanently. So if we now freeze them once, and then we freeze them again, and then we freeze them again, right? But I do believe that maybe Azurath already might be enough to increase the Paladin's clearing speed, just simply by adding this like bonus boom. Because if it's 120% of the damage while frozen in explosion, and we're dealing so much damage per second, that should technically lead to something interesting. But let's see. Once with the Signet of Pelgain, once without the Signet of Pelgain. First and foremost, I'll need to get some random charms that we don't actually need. So, Enduring Faith. No, that's my best Enduring Faith. That's my only Godslayer crown I have. Dirge of Odium, Scepter of 3, Temerity. %. So if we take this, and then we're going to replace the wolves through the Thol. What? L. Gar, Quad, Tapsic, Grid. Which one? Thol. There. Invokes the Sorcerer's Frost Nova skill, freezing enemies. Now we're going to activate it with... Oh, what are we going to activate it with? Cast a skill on cooldown. I mean, Tum would be better, but I don't have a Tum right now. Elmendis, you are literally in a stream that says vertical in front, and you're complaining that the stream is in a vertical resolution. Maybe you should join a stream that says horizontal instead of vertical. As a random tip. Now the problem is if I do this on cooldown, then I gotta press random cooldowns to activate. Oh, actually, I wonder if spamming my ultimate counts as casting the ultimate. That's what I always have wondered, because if that actually counts, I mean, it counts as using a cooldown, right? So like here, using this multiple times is like using a cooldown. So the explosions actually work. I mean, they already worked before, but it's kind of like nifty. There was a 1 trillion damage explosion. The explosions are actually leading to trillions of damage, Chad. Okay, that part of the equation works. Interesting. We just need to get the freeze now triggered more often. But again, if like recasting my castle counts as casting an ultimate skill, then that's like the secret cheese to actually get the full out as often as possible. Because that would be 200 offering per, so every second cast I would get the freeze. Right? That would be useful. See, now we hit him. Boom, explosion. 500 billion damage explosions. Yeah, the freezing strat is somewhat working. We would just like need something like I hate the amount of triggers that we have currently. I mean, maybe also hold down your core skills for Frost Nova could be a thing because we're really holding down our core skill and we're casting a lot. There's the Tum rune, but it's like 25 per, so I would have to do it. How many times is Thol again? Thol is 250. So I would have to do 12 attacks. It seems a bit excessive. Actually, not 12, 10 attacks. Then again, how fast are we doing 10 attacks? Kind of quick. The biggest problem is that the rune is useless against bosses. So it would speed up the way to the boss, but it wouldn't speed up the boss fight. Unless the boss had ads, right? If I now would pull the boss inside of ads, then I could kaboom them. Like, so, right, I have to, like, I don't know, run down here. Run down mid. Gather these dudes here quickly. Please come with me. Right? And we're gonna kite them in here. Whoa, what's this? Okay. We're gonna use our cooldown, freeze them. And then give him like the bonus boom that like from the ads. I guess that could be possible. As a little bonus, Deebs. Is there a way to force mini Paladin? Nope. It's completely random. He might or might not come. He might also hate you. Okay, so technically it works. Wait, it says after freeze expires, enemies explode, so they don't have to die. Does that mean this works against a boss as well? This actually does work against a boss as well. You've been on for more than a decade on YouTube. Only recommend your channel 2 days ago. Well, Avila, we haven't been doing always this kind of content. There was Call of Duty, there was PUBG, there was Hearthstone, and many other things until we found our way to single-player games and ARPGs, which have been rather successful for what we're doing. But good to have you there, regardless. I wonder if we play the Signet of Pelgain against a boss. So the thing is, like, think about it, chat. Bosses that get staggered count as frozen. So if a boss is staggered for 4 seconds, that would be 80% bonus damage the boss takes forever. Until we get him staggered again. I need a Tum rune. I don't have a Tum rune. How do I make a Tum rune now? Tum needs 5 legendary runes of invocation and 5 any rare runes. I got 4 Vex. Can I put like 2 Ohm and... Three Vex in there? No, it needs to be 5 of one type, right? Or can I not? I can. And then any rare runes? Actually, keep that. 2. That does not work. It needs to be the same, doesn't it? Oh, and a Nur. Sorry. So we get 1 Tum. Let's see how Tum holds up. It's 10 skills. I have tried him. Oh, don't worry. I made one. I love how easy it is to make things nowadays. It's like, it's so cool, personally. Okay, we remember this one, like, first time we did this, it was a bit of a slugfest. So let's see how the freeze explosions now work. Okay, that dude killed me right away. It's not cool, sir. He killed me. I don't want to go back, Chad. He's gonna lighting me. Flee. can't have any other CC source. The Paladin does not really have CC going on, right? Assumingly to what we're doing. So I hit them. Frost Nova went off. Now they're going to start exploding. See, that was Trillian's damage shot. So that freeze also makes it so we're not losing our stone, which is interesting. So freeze again. Hit him, hit him, hit him. Boom, trillions of damage again. Uh-huh. Hit him, hit him, hit him. They're frozen. Hit him, hit him, hit him, hit him. The freeze 4 trillion. Let's go. Uh-huh. Did we find our secret sauce? At least for pit pushing, right? I need my stone back. Absolute abhorrent lightning enemies. The interesting part is that it says they explode, right? Which means they just like explode into everyone around. The lucky hit to freeze could work out. Nope, it couldn't. Because I have like no... Ow. Yeah, if we don't have... what is it called again? If we don't have... So we need this stacked here before we go anywhere. And then we can just waltz past things. It would actually not work out for the simple reason that we don't have lucky hit. Like, our lucky hit is so abysmal low that it wouldn't work. The actual skill does have like no lucky hit at all. So we're sitting at 4%. Does the Cry Rune of the count as CC? Now we're getting them frozen frequently. That works. Oh, I need my stone back. We're still occasionally losing our stone, which we don't like. I just want to pick up my stone. Stop being annoying. Yeah, the freeze explosions are making everything faster. But I'm not sure if they're overall leading to less damage. That's the big question. Another electricity. Jesus, how many electricity mobs am I supposed to face, ladies and gentlemen? Frost Nova in the middle. Boom. Explosions are happening. Yeah, would die to that. I'm not sure if we're now slower, though. I mean, we have died a couple of times, right? So that's that. Oh, my stuff is broken. Oops. Too bad bosses don't freeze. Bosses freeze. Bosses freeze. When they get staggered, they're frozen. So as soon as bosses are staggered, all their effects, all their things that you apply to them, like they count as frozen. I'm not sure if we can freeze Lord Zur. We can try this out quickly to see if it works against the boss, right? Game is full of visual vomit and non-legible damage numbers. I mean, sir, you literally can't see the damage numbers. I mean, if you need a pair of glasses, you definitely should just say so. Sounds like a skill issue to me. Ooh. Okay, let's try to CC him. So like he might die before he gets CC'd. That's the problem. Oh, there was a trillion hit because his ad died. Yes. Because he summons ads, right? And we freeze said ads, and then they explode for trillions of damage. Okay, we're not getting him CC'd. That's a problem, chat. Poor guy. Let's just open one. We might get more. Let's just open both. I mean, end of the day, it's just charms and materials anyway. So, you know, what's the worst that happens? We're getting more charms and materials. Ta-da. The fun factor looks like it's D tier compared to Sorg, yes. But then again, Can't really compare things to permanent teleports. Right? That kind of doesn't work. Little gobos. Okay, what we should make now is a better pair of pants, because my pair of pants doesn't even have armor, right? It has resistance to all elements, and that's kind of it. We got pants.
Nice. And it's worth something. Not
That's
much,
terrible.
but something.
Mainlander. What
It's preferable like a pants with a greater affix to armor. Oops, that's chest pieces. I could still get a better chest piece, but unlikely.
It's worth a legend. And can't stop there. Come on.
Wow, what an absolute horrible piece of pants. What an absolute horrible piece of pants. What an absolute horrible... Jesus Christ. I mean, at least we're getting greater affix pants, I guess. I can't complain about that, but the greater affixes we're getting
An
are horrifying.
my friend. A fate smile. Care for a game of chance? A legend. They can't all be winners, can they? Hey. A legendary prize for Mainlander. They can't all be winners. We were just getting warmed up.
I have some pair of pants just flying around. Well, it's physical resistance, but that's bad. I mean, unless it had like armor. It has armor, but it has like too many stats that I can't reroll. Bunch of sadness, to be honest. Like real sadness. That one can at least get destroyed, so it's not clunking at my inventory. It's a real fun to me. I mean, the build is very happy for what I like to do with it. I mean, as we can do a pit 110, 115 without like many issues. So we're just flying through that. Pit 120 obviously does take us a bit longer, right? And there is a slight weakness to lightning. Surprise, who would have guessed? I mean, I guess it would help if I'm not running the weakest version of gems on my, in my, what is it called again? I'm not running the weakest version of gems in my rings, because that's what we're doing. Okay, the phrase just works. I'm content with this one doing the job. I mean, I'm still not sure if the Helge Insignia would actually be better, because again, enemies just take more damage. So after 3 seconds, they're already taking more damage than 4. I'm just still unhappy that we can't spam the Frost Nova more. That would be really useful. And we could still go for cast like ultimate skills for Frost Nova, so that is an option. You could also make the Sur for Frost Nova, but then you limit yourself to a Frost Nova every 3 seconds. And right now I feel like it's every 2 seconds for the Frost Nova. Cynical Badger, thank you for the Prime Gaming subscription, Mr. Badger. That's very kind of you. Happy you're joining the team. What is this? This is a Zeal Paladin that's using the power of Zeal to do annoying amounts of damage to the enemy. And it literally, with every single swing, attacks 11 times. You heard right, 11 times. that kind of works out really well. Right here now, we're going to pull everything together again. We're going to freeze them. The man's stunned. Like, let's see what happens when we get him stunned here. Because now I'm getting stunned. So now he should be frozen because he's stunned. So he should take one big chunk of damage when it actually... Yep. You saw that big chunk of damage he took, chat? You saw that? That was the freeze. That was the freeze. Because again, he gets frozen, and after the freeze expires, all the damage I did to him here. So after freeze expires, enemies explode for 120% of the damage you dealt to them while frozen. And we do a lot of damage to them while frozen. So actually for pit bosses, it's kind of like working super nifty. Which means we somehow have to get them frozen, right? With a lot of Frost Novas in a row. And then, as we get them frozen with all our Frost Novas, like, see all that damage we're doing now, the hundreds of billions of billions of billions of billions of billions, and then he gets defrozen, and it should have actually did damage to him, and it didn't. Great. Good. So this time it just didn't. Cool. Number one for consistency, I guess. I mean, who wants consistency anyways, right? As chat said, we should make sure that we don't have like any lucky hit chance to do anything else on any of the charms, because that could make a problem here, right? Nice pit you did with this build. We did 120, but it's not meant for pit pushing. This build has already cleared 120. But if you want to do pit pushing, you play Clash, because Clash is just better. So the idea for this build was never pit pushing. It just needs to do pit as obviously efficient as possible, regardless. This is meant to be everything else build. Right? I mean, pit 120 is more than sufficient to get all your things up to 110. It's a good level to have your glyphs at, right? Where you then don't care anymore.
Chart the course. Where do we strike?
But if you want to push much deeper, you should probably think about playing Clash. Right? Still unsure if we would like to go for the Signal of Pelgain for that one. One thing we gotta try out now is how much damage will we already deal to Mephisto, right? We're only at 20,000 max life, which is actually extremely low. And yet, this is my tankiest character, right? And yet, is my tankiest character.
To think you all
By the way, for Mephisto, probably Clash would also be better, because it just dealt 8% more damage per stack of Resolve. The biggest upset will be like the discrepancy between having and not having Castle up, right? If we can stand in his hit, that's fantastic. Yeah. We don't have to care about what he does to us. That's nice. But the damage is so far not high enough. I mean, obviously we need a better weapon. But I would like to... Okay, that I can't survive this. So for that one, I would probably go for Clash. So Zeal, not for this fight. Clash for that fight. Now we still get to test the whole Frost thingy in a 120.
What brings you?
Yeah. Oh, that's the wrong 120. Still got to test the whole Frost thingy in a 120. Without hopefully running into too much lightning dudes. What are you guys thinking of the best cult build right now? There's none. I mean, Sorg is all about lightning. Because lightning is completely overtuned. I wish there was an actual frost build, my friend. Trust me. But lightning is so far number one. It's not even funny. Alright, simply because the lightning ulti is the only one that's actually good. All the other sword ultis are sad in comparison to lightning at the current point. And that's where you then suffer. Like, you're trying to not play lightning, and you're literally losing out on giga-trillions of damage. Because you're essentially not getting the mental bonus that unstable currents provide you. Oh, there was this 3 trillion hit. Quite nice. Also, that poison you guys are dealing are absolutely disgusting. You know? That poison I am committing myself here to. Absolutely disgusting. We already cleared the Pit 120. Let's not take the Blast Wave Shrine. We cleared it with the... Oh, that was nice. Blood Met Idol instead of the... Frost shenanigans that we're running here now. But we want to see if the Frost shenanigans could not be stronger. Because they are kind of nice. Right, if you then get everyone clustered up, which is, I guess, the biggest problem. Gotta have the enemies clustered up. To really have them then frozen. Get the most out of it. No, these are frozen. We're gonna hit them. We're gonna explode. Having 3 enemies that, like, run apart from each other is definitely helpful for this. Give me my stone so I can avoid flying bees. Frozen, explosion. Against the rebel, this is just working perfect, right? Frozen, explosion, frozen, explosion. Just awesome balls. So with the amount of hits, the question is and stays, if not just simply the Blood Met Idol is actually more damage. I mean, we finished it in, what was it like? We had six and a half minutes spare, but we also died to some unfortunate things in between. Right? We had 6.5 minutes spare on our first clear without the Azure Wrath. That's like the question. Was overall DPS better? Is freezing better now? I like the trillions that we see in between, but considering that we're doing 500 billion per hit with a Blood Met Idol, right? Do I really need the trillion explosions? I mean, if it's just 1.5 trillion for nifty Frost Explosion, but hey, I can do 500 billion per hit with a Blood Mat, then where's that in any way helpful? I'm just trying to pick up this stupid stone. Let me pick it up. Jesus. Enemies we're fighting here are uniquely annoying. I lost my stone again, chat. Melee character pain. Literal melee character pain. Pick up my stone again. So he's frozen. He should technically, there's the hit that I was talking about, take like a big punishing hit from that. It's a good place to farm the Banished Lord's Talisman. You get Ancestral Talisman and then you farm it inside the Horadri Cube. Best place to farm it. Okay, I am not going to fight this pack of mobs here because this pack of mob has like a bunch of lightning enchanted nerds happening, and I am not going to risk my life against a bunch of lightning enchanted nerds because we all know how annoying that is. I'd rather leave my heart of stone behind than fight a bunch of lightning enchanted nerds. I mean, seriously. How many are there? Holy. I'm being trailed, chat. I'm being profiled. Not cool. Just pull the whole pit together, I guess. When the freeze leads to frost explosions, I might as well just get everyone together and then just do more frost explosions, and that's it. But seriously, leave me alone with your lightning. Get away from me, Satan! I have no interest in your lightning shebangs. Another freeze? The problem with the freeze is I feel like we're not having the enough vulnerable happening at any given point. Because that's like the advantage with the wolves. So the wolves are keeping everything perma vulnerable. But if I play the freeze, we might get these in between. But the frost only lasts for how many seconds? Right? So we have some... Jesus, I am stuck. Okay. There's some amount of vulnerable happening. But not enough. Right? I mean, they're vulnerable right now. Then the vulnerable runs out, right? And if they're not vulnerable, you're missing out on your whole vulnerable damage multiplier. Which realistically is a problem. Oh, they have lifelink. Do you know how much they're not going to die? Yeah. Bunch of elites with lifelink. Dude, this is going to take me like 4 years to clear them out. Even with the frost booms that we have in between. Yeah, I'd say like we're vastly slower than when we just played the Bloodmed Idol. What can I say? Are you playing Judgment or Vulnerable as your wings? Sir, this is a Zeal build. We have nothing to do with Judgment in this build at all. No Judgment at all. Nothing in that regard. No wings. Nothing. We're zealing around. And we're using Zealot to give our skills after images. That do cool damage. Yeah, this is definitely slower. And it might be the point that 120 is just where you play Clash for pit pushing. This has always been the reality, right? That we might hit the point where it's just, you know, now is time to use Clash for pit pushing. For nothing else, I would not use Clash for Helltide. I would not use Clash for Infernal Horde. I would not use Clash for Undercity, right? For all of these activities, Clash terrible. Don't even consider using that. But it might be that, like, you know, from pit 120 on, you're just like, if you wanted to go deeper, and we can obviously go deeper with a better sword, but still, if you wanted to go vastly deeper, then you'll have to consider playing Clash. It's what it is. That almost killed me. Swords do you have? The sword I'm having is called Red Sermon. Red Sermon is required because it makes you have the one Varind for free, and I can choose a double Varind on my blade while also giving my skill 100% bonus damage. Now, technically, you could also use a sword and give it like crit damage multiplier and that kind of stuff. The problem is that there is no insanely good aspect for Paladin. So, like, I can't really use crushing because I am technically always fortified, but I'm actually not fortified because I use up my fortify at any given point. So I'm like kind of not fortified, you know? Yeah, we're missing the damage from the blood mat, that's for sure. We're gonna freeze like the thingy in a second again, and then we're gonna just see what bonus damage we'll get for the freeze. So she's frozen. Now we're slice and dicing away, and technically at the end of the freeze, she should take a big, yeah. So there's a trillion hit that she takes. So definitely not worth it for a boss fight unless we would be going for the signal of Pelgin on top. Signal of Pelgin. Because it's just like one hit that's stronger. Now, I do believe the consistent 50% bonus damage, 150% bonus damage will be better. Yeah. Yeah, but the trillion pop is not really worth it, like, because we're, like, you see the amount of hits that we're doing, right? And the amount of hits, they're literally like billions. It's actually nasty how much that is going to happen, right? Especially when you have this one, like and if you could just boost this permanently, it's just stronger. Because again, we cleared a pit in 6 minutes, a pit 120. Now look at this, we're not even able to like clear it in the time window. I mean, we should maybe be able to kill him, but you get the drift, right? Yeah, it's about sustain of vulnerable. This is exactly the point, Dark Side. So it's not necessarily that the freeze isn't working. It's that we don't have the sustain of vulnerable and we're losing such a damage multiplier. Because if we're now going back and we're going to replace this through the blood mat, and then we're going to go here and we're going to say, okay, so instead of using, like we're going to get the wolves together with a cry rune again. I guess if I would say goodbye to the cry rune, it might actually work. Right? So if you like say, no, we're not going to use the cry rune to pull things together. We're actually going to be using... C and then the Thol. Seems weird. I mean, that being said, you could technically use the wolves for freezing, but I don't know how much that will actually work out, right? I mean, they do freeze, don't get me wrong. But now the enemies are always vulnerable, right? When we need them to be vulnerable. Is that really worth it to kill a Gobbo instead of going? Those Gobbo's running out. Where's the poison? Oh, that's just self-inflicted burn shot. You know how it is. Like without the cry rune, I couldn't just pull all of these together and that would just feel terrible. Because you'd have to like seek them out, right? Okay, we're getting some freeze with the wolves as well. But I kind of feel like that wouldn't be enough. I mean, vulnerable is now permanent though, and that means we're getting permanent damage bonus from vulnerable, and that is very important for what we're doing. I mean, you can already see it on the elites. They're just melting way faster. There's no questions asked here. If the elites are melting faster or not. Actually, the wolves are kind of freezing a lot. I'd be worse consider, like, what if the wolf and the Azure Wrath together and that's it? Fuck the Thol. Could be funny. So it would lead to just still random explosions. Okay, sir, I was just trying to pick up that stone, you little shit. Yeah, the main source of difference is definitely the vulnerable right now. So you can tell me what you want, but that's like where we're feeling this. Now that fire might actually kill me. Off chance, it could. It shouldn't, but it could. You know, see that there's like the hundreds of billions. They're just bigger the numbers that we're getting. I mean, alone because of the permanent vulnerable. I should survive this. Let's see. I'm pretty sure I should survive this. See, there's one random freeze again. Frenzy Paladin is kind of fun. Oh, it works like a charm, my friend. We actually died, but we're halfway through. You notice the timing. The timing is just everything, chat. Like, this is a big, big, big difference to using the Azure Wrath. So I guess we at least figured it out. Like, Bloodmad Idol is not doing what we needed. Azure Wrath is not doing what we needed to do. The basic idea behind it, funny, yes, but the actual, like, workable solution, not really there. The freeze of the wolf does not count from Azure Wrath because you don't freeze them directly. Yeah, I could have guessed. Honestly, I could have guessed that that wouldn't count. But thank you for filling me in, filling me up. I don't know, doing me dirty. Whatever. Appreciate it. It makes me sad. I mean, I would have loved to play the Azure Wrath stick, but hey, if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. And I'm still a big defender of the Cry Rune because I just feel like without the Cry Rune, it wouldn't work. I mean, we could technically also, instead of the Bloodmad Idol, actually play the Godslayer Crown to pull things together. And then we could play a different one than the Cry Rune. But would that really be better than actually just playing the Cry Rune? Okay, how am I just like still alive through this? I feel like these dudes should have killed me like a while ago. They're definitely frying me with their lightning shenanigan, right? Annoying dudes. I guess if I had 0 vulnerable damage multipliers, then we could play. Then we could play the Azure Wrath combo. Just chat. Let's just remove all the vulnerable damage. Okay. Oh no, it's them again. The lightning dudes, ladies and gentlemen. It's them again. Oh, 629 billion. That's a new high score so far for non-Azure Wrath caused hits. And that's what I was saying. Like, so when you see a 600 billion, in the meantime, while this 600 billion happens, there's 200, 300, 400, right? It's going to be a lot. Look at the damage he's taking right now. Look at the damage, like, that's just going down. So the moment where we do that much damage is also the moment where a lot of other damage just pummels in onto the opponent, right? And that's where I'm like, think just, yeah, it's just better. You shall not kill me, because I am just too thick, boy. 500 billion random hit. Why am I hitting him with a jump? Because the jump, surprisingly, does actually, like, really, really high damage when everything is stacked inside the thing. So you can do, like, some random balance hit as well. Justin, you need to use a greater affix item, so it needs to be ancestral. See, that was a 120 now with like 8 minutes spare, so I could go further. I could do a 125, right? We could probably do a 120, like not a 130 yet. And this is like considering, so we need a better weapon, chat. Look at my weapon, okay? It has all damage. I transfigured on maximum life, and I get a greater affix on the strength. If we now get one of these red sermons with critical strike damage multiplier and like double red sermon multiplier is essentially what we need, right? Okay, let's assume the Pelgane thingy just completely failed, so we don't need that one. The Azure Rathis can also go away. My Eldraine can stay because we have a second Eldraine then. Not for this build though, but generally speaking. Second Eldraine.
Taken apart. I'll be here, swinging away.
Is there a link to this build in the description of the video, but it's missing any... Okay. By the way, YouTube did not die. Okay, YouTube is still alive. Thank you very much. Helltide. So, like, generally speaking, for the people that have just joined, hi. Welcome to Zeal Paladin. Let me show you the normal Torment 12 performance. The most important part for me was that we don't need Castle for Torment 12. Okay, Chad? So I need to be able to waltz into Torment 12 like this here, right? Into a Helltide. And I activate Castle to get myself my overpower my stacks. So now I'm fully stacked up. But I don't need to use Castle again. I can just go now through the world, right? Jumping, and everything will just die to the slice and die is very efficient. Could I use Castle still if there's some kind of opponent that's a bit more sturdy? Yes, I could. But it's about that I don't require using it, right? Once my resolve is there, and I just slice and dice through everything, right? Like it's made out of tissue paper. And there's like what we wanted to achieve. And obviously, whenever we feel like our stacks are running low or we're going like below 50 stacks, we quickly just tap the Castle and then we keep on zooting. And this is important. We needed a build that doesn't need it. And then we have to probably, for deeper pit, do the Clash. Would you like to see that as well? Quick question, chat. So would you like to see the difference now between the Seal and the Clash? That we can show you both builds, essentially? Because that's what we can do. I mean, we pretty much have the Zeal up a lot, but I still need to... we're going to farm a better Red Sermon in a bit. But we definitely want to also, like, do the Clash. And then, like, the basic idea is to be like, okay, so until pit 120, you play this. And if you then want to go deeper, yeah. Try 125 with Zeal. I would try to get the better Red Sermon before we try 125, if that's okay with you. I mean, we have another 20 boss layer keys, so that's 20 possible chests from the Butcher. That could drive me insane. Clash is dull. Yeah, but pit pushing is dull as well, my friend. You know, the reality is that pit pushing is extremely dull. Yes. So might as well play the most efficient, dullest build if you already gotta do it. Maximus, you stuck yourself at 125 with Zeal, and how much time do you have left? I mean, obviously, the two biggest vectors of bonus damage are still getting a Red Sermon and then Gem Strength, right? That is currently missing. If I would put it into numbers, it is a missing potential 200% damage multiplier. So getting a Red Sermon with Gem Strength would be another 200% bonus damage, which would then lift up my 500 billion hits into the trillions. So that would be the easiest vector to scale my damage further, right? Ah, you can't complete 125 in time. That's what you're saying. Now I understand what you meant. Okay. I mean, let's try to let's try to get the last itty bitty titties out of this build. Okay, chat? And then we'll still make Clash just to see like the big difference between the two builds. But the video will definitely be featuring the Paladin here as the Zeal-esque Paladin. Oh, I need to open more chests. Oh, let's do that. I tried Arbiter's Let's Down. Yep. I heard that too. The only part I find really sad about Zeal is that we can't use the Zenith ulti. So if we could actually use the Zenith ulti, that would be the coolest thing in the world. Sadly, we can't. Sadly, we can't, which is a big bummer. I maxed out Arden. Arden is boring, but Arden is also not that good this season, as far as I know. Also, man, come on, we have Zeal. Isn't Zeal essentially Arden? Only that we're slicing, dicing forward. I mean, I'm literally casting my skill as I'm walking. Look at me. I press Zeal once, and then I just walk. And this is my aura. Chat, this is my set. So I cast it once, and then I just walk, and everything dies. Cast it once, everything dies. Cast it once, and then everything dies. It's because of my set. You know, the set like creates these after images that you're just taking with you, and it just goes nasty. I wonder how different this one here is. So if we're going for, instead of the 4, because you can go here for like Zeal extends the assault randomly seeking surrounding enemies, but you could also go for the double cleave, right? So this one is the difference now that it cleaves forward. The problem is that the damage calculation of the double cleave does not seem to work right now. So the 25% bonus damage that you're supposed to be dealing does not actually deal the bonus damage. Now I wonder if this would still be faster than 4 random hits around you. Right? So it says, wait, let me double check. Red Sermon, Call the Wicked. Yeah, see, this should provide a 1.25 damage multiplier along with a weaken upgrade that the automatically applies weaken. Instead, damage is consistent with the 1 never being applied. Which is the same with Red Sermon equipped, whether Call the Wicked is selected and the skill tree or not. So like the damage does actually not go up, right, with the Call the Wicked, but it says Zeal's cleave is larger and gains 2 additional strikes. So instead of getting 4 random strikes, you get 2 additional strikes right in front of you. And I wonder if that is actually better. I never actually tried that one out for like bonus deeps, if this would like lead to effective bonus deeps or not. Or if the 4 hits around are just like vastly more efficient, superior, whatsoever. Oh goodness Christ. That lightning just had me down to my bones. Use the cleave for you does more damage. Oh goodness. I instantly imploded because I didn't have what is it called again? The stack of doodles. Let's test it against a Torment 12 boss. That would be the easiest. Instead of like running in the pit. My warp line is buggy and stuck. Do you have any idea? Can you not reroll it? So we got our Call the Wicked, Common 12 Broiler, the only thing I already don't like about this is the less amount of swingy dingies I get, right? So it just feels like I have less swings. It takes away from the coolness of the build, if that makes sense. Okay, damage seems elite so far. Now we're going to go away from this, and we're going to take the Zealot's Legacy, and you're going to have to subjectively tell me if you feel like this is faster or not. Great shot. So I need you to pay utmost attention now and tell me if this is faster or not. Okay, we got damage multiplier, holy damage. So these are both duds, unless they would transfigure. Nope. Oh, interesting. That one is still modifiable. What did it get? Did it get a greater affix and it's not showing it? did get a radar affix. I'm not sure. So that was with Zeal. You can't turn Red Sermon into a charm. That would be too easy. Okay, now we're going to swap over to the 4 strikes. By the way, don't make me pull out the stop clock so we can do this. I hope the result is conclusive. Right? So to say. I struggle to say it is a conclusive different. It both feels really quick. Oh goodness, do we now have to run a pit 110 and just see if that's much different or not? So we're gonna run a pit 110. If it was faster, you're saying? Well, let's run a pit 115, okay? Run a pit 115 and then see. So, like, wait, you're now saying the cleave was faster or the other one was faster? So which one was faster for you? the Zealot's Legacy or the Cull the Wicked? What is the second chest? The second chest is coming from the boss layer upgrade here, which actually makes them more difficult to kill, but it makes them more rewarding to kill at the same time. So it's quite useful. Okay, pit 115. Let's see. First with the Cull the Wicked, so the new one. Great. Let's start the whole dungeon with like lightning enemies trying to breathe down your neck. Okay, this one is cheat code because of the amount of like bonus blips I've already gotten. Inconclusive already, ladies and gentlemen. Inconclusive. Too much awesomeness right off the rib, right? Look at this. It's crazy to me how easy like a pit 115 by the way is, and then when you're actually getting to the... Oh goodness, what did I do to myself? Why did I put myself in a cage with these dudes, Chad? Someone explain why I thought this was like a great idea to just waltz into a cage with the guys. Technically, 2 hits are always going to be weaker than 4 hits, but it says that the 2 hits are bonus cleaves right in front of you, while the 4 hits are random strikes that are striking out. Now, what I wonder is if it still says that it's 4 hits randomly striking out, but there's only one opponent that you can randomly strike with 4 hits, then technically all these 4 hits should actually hit the one enemy that is right in front of you that you can only hit. Correct? Unless I'm obviously crazy and I don't understand basic game language. Which is always possible. Unless I'm crazy and Blizzard just completely has like a weird calculation going on that makes no sense because Blizzard! Yeah. Let's not take the artillery shrine. That would skew the results of the testing. Now, technically, I'm not allowed to actually upgrade my glyphs to, you know, not become stronger. We're sitting like at a roughly 3-minute clear of a pit 115. Which is fine, I guess. Okay, damage-wise, 300 billion. Good hit. Poor dude get absolutely demolished. So it's a 3-minute clear, ladies and gentlemen. 3-minute clear done. Upgrade this a bit further. Okay. I got a different pair of gloves with the only difference being all damage multiplier instead of physical damage multiplier. My damage went from capping 11 to 15 up to, I've seen 18 to 36. It might simply be, instead of all damage multiplier instead of fist damage multiplier, that you have multiple fist damage multipliers and you didn't have like a single all damage multiplier and it just works better with what you did. I mean, all damage is preferable over fist, for sure. Even though that all damage and fist should be in the same bucket. Should be. Okay, so that was 115, 3 minutes. Now we swap the specialization, right? So from 2 hits, that should give you 25% bonus damage per hit, to 4 random hits. And we died to an explosion. That's unfortunate. Death is rarely possible, but it is possible. What's the best way to do war plan? Like, just do them. You just do them. Okay, like, can I not get lightning related dudes? Like, one single dungeon run, Chad? Like, seriously? Would it be maybe possible to not have, like, lightning related dudes every single run? Okay, despite that killing me, let's keep on going. This is the perfect test. Because we died. If we're now still faster, even though we died, right? Then everything is fine. We had a 3-minute, right? I mean, the 4 hits just seem so much faster in overall killing speed of enemies. Like, call me crazy, but it just seems faster from slice and dicing opponents. I mean, it's the same pit tier 115, but I feel like they're suddenly made out of butter than out of granite here, right? We're absolutely murking these dudes. I mean, it just seems like vastly faster to me. Yeah, I mean, like, even with that deathy that we didn't have on the other one. I mean, look alone at this poor goblin, how fast he just gets schnizzled. Oh, no. Haha. Can show the war plans after, sir. This is one of my least leveled characters in terms of war plans. I don't really have much to show you. When we have a couple of videos on war plans, we just recently rehashed them because there was actually an update to a new farming strategy with corrupted roads, in case you missed that one. Videos from Sunday, where we show some of our updated war plans. Yeah, I mean, like, see, with a death under our belt, we're sitting here roughly at the same timing, it seems. Right? I couldn't actually say if the boss killing time feels faster with the other one. I mean, it's also a different opponent, so this one's annoying. But yeah, with the death is roughly the same time. Okay, we just killed her. I would say, okay, so one thing that's true, if the 25% would apply, okay? If this would apply, it would be stronger. Cull doesn't actually work, so the 25% does not apply. Just FYI. Okay, we made it all the way up. That's kind of good. Smithy, thank you for the brand new subscription support. Cynical Badger, Kazad, Imrati. Good to see you all there too. Thank you for supporting the channel. Appreciate it. Oh, that is a lot of Jesus Christ. Okay, wait, let me. Why do we have this random one? Well, because I can afford to have that random one currently. I mean, I literally just needed one with +3 to Zealot skills, and that's it. So I took what I had there. We're actually lucky enough to get the Mythic Seal finally. Sadly, the Mythic Seal is useless for Paladin. The only advantage it gives me that I can just put on a random 3 to Zealot skills. You know, that's the only good thing I get from this one. I just put on a random one. Gotta be happy with some random shit. Unless we get some better resources here. So we need better diamonds because my diamonds are horrible, as you can see, chat. I still don't have, I have one single royal diamond here. Congratulations, right? Yay. That's sadness. I have a trick for you. You want to see something cool? Hey, chat, you want to see something really, really cool? But you owe me for this one, okay? The 25% is bugged. Yes, the 25% is bugged. It was already tested. So let me show you a trick for Seer's Reach. So you know Seer's Reach already, right? You have been in this dungeon. But there's a new trick to make it even more efficient. A trick. So we're gonna randomly stumble to the boss, right? So we gotta actually just slog through this, and we don't know where he is, which is terrible. And the shout out goes to Sliver of Time, a fellow YouTuber making content, because he figured that one out, or the Chinese figured it out, and he told us. I'm not entirely sure. You know, credits to whoever credits. So you kill that one here, obviously, right? We're getting the bonus gems that you get from killing him. Congratulations, yay, yada yada. But what you're gonna do now is very interesting. So you're gonna take your marker and you're gonna put it all the way up here, okay? And then you're gonna teleport out. And please put it on the side, okay? And then you're going to reset the dungeon. And for some obscure reason that makes no sense, the marker is still there. So this is where the boss is. So I can now pull out the map overlay once in a while, and I know that all the way up there is the marker, and it will actually stay there. So it will never move away. Which means if I have to farm Seer's Reach now, I could make each subsequent push even more efficient. Well, this is, by the way, a very long version of it, because you instantly see where the marker is. Beautiful, isn't it? And since we put it outside on the outer edges, we will never come into this situation where we accidentally delete the marker by getting close to it, right? So we're going to pick this up again. And it got a Grand Ruby, ladies and gentlemen. It was actually a Grand one. So now you're going to go out. Okay. Reset the dungeon another time. Go back in. And you again have the marker all the way up there, right? So I know already I need to go left, which I know anyways, but you know, and just straight up, and I'm already there another time. Isn't that cheesy? I like how quick this run was now, because I obviously exactly knew where to go. Boom, that's it, done. That's crazy, isn't it? So my marker is still there, right? We got a sapphire, ruby. And I'm obviously looking for a diamond right now. This makes like the whole, like, especially when you're teleporting around, like with the sword, right? I can do this run now in probably like 15 seconds per run. Right, because for him, obviously, like I got my teleports. I can move somewhat fast, but I cannot move that fast. But for Sork build, who has infinite teleports, yeah, I just like grab a coffee now. Oh wow, this one is a shitty version. I need to go left. See, this one saves me like so much time, just knowing where to go. But yeah, with a Sork, I could probably just grab a coffee, farm for 20 minutes, and just like have all the Grand Jewels I'll ever need. Right side. And there we are again. This is faster. I mean, the capstone dungeon is useful. However, considering now the marker trick, you win. This one wins. Royal Diamond. Finally. This is what we're looking for. Right? Another one. Now I just need one more. We get all the diamonds at least. Yeah, with the leap barb, it would also be extremely fast. It's just, I wanted to show you that, you know, there are ways to speed this up even more. I mean, I don't want you to slog through things, chat. I want you to have an absolute demon time of fun. Okay, we were trying to get a better red sermon still, right? We figured out that the fastest way to do this right now is going to be... yeah, the 4... Wait, we're going for the 4 hits currently. Okay, that one does not get quicker. So we need a red sermon. Go for the broiler. A few more keys. I mean, I'm going to do 6 more butchers, okay, chat? 6 more. And if that doesn't give me a better red sermon, I'm going to start crying. And I'm going to say, like, rigged. And like, waving my arms. And then, like, be, like, very upset. Obviously. Rebuilds available on Mobalytics, yes. Oops. I totally wanted this to happen because I wanted to feel alive again. Why does this happen? Well, as you can see, I have... Why does this happen? I don't have a single stack of... What's it called again? Resolve. So until I have a stack of Resolve, I'm made out of tissue paper. Why do you start in that moment? Jesus Christ. I'm going in with red. This is it. So unless I start obviously going for the Resolve, right? Tissue paper. So now we're not tissue paper. Or we're doing this with broken equipment because we can. That's the reason. Because we can. It's gonna be longer. It's gonna be less efficient. But we can. That is always a good reason to do something, chat. Stubborn like a freaking mule. Right? Sometimes it is what it is. Oh, goodness. No, not Belial now. Goodness. I thought he's coming. He's coming. Chad. No, I am broken. By the way, this is the 4th unique we have had today. I mean, why am I surprised, chat? Why am I surprised? Wait. Can I survive that blast? I can surprisingly survive that blast. Yes. I can also survive the poison. You can't touch me because I'm way too fast. Would this go vastly faster if we had repaired gear? Absolutely. Absolutely. Another mythic. I mean, yeah. Why would we not get 2 mythics from like one single try? It would be ridiculous if we wouldn't get that, right? Chan. It would be absolutely ridiculous if we would not get that. By the way, that Eldrin is actually better than the Eldrin I have because my Eldrin doesn't have a greater affix, so yay. Red Sermon with weapon damage. You know what? We might as well upgrade that one and see if we could get something decent out of it. Probably not.
That's it for that piece.
Crazy drops, sadly, absolutely useless. Apart from the Eldrin is great. It's my 2nd Eldrin today. Trent goes to more Eldrins per day. Streamer Luck client. I mean, this is obviously a buff to Blizzard client, like supported to me by Blizzard for show-off reasons. And that's obviously the truth and totally not made up. See the difference between broken and repaired gear, by the way? Come on, greater affix. 200 ancestral sword. Okay, I'm hacking. It's confirmed. I'm a dirty, filthy hacker. I like Blizzard clients exist. If there has ever been proved, this is it. Like I officially, like I installed AI Giga cheat tools in the back end. Please take me out of the Diablo 4 partnership program. It's disgusting. Yeah. I don't apologize. The RNG got to my head. That's why this is happening. Right? What can I say? It is what it is. So what do we get? Tower rolls. I don't even need a tower rolls. Okay, what is that double greater affix? Oh my lord. Bye. Interesting. Interesting, so to say. Interesting. Time to break it. Yep, time to upgrade the whole thing and have something shitty happen to it. Are we rolling attack speed over crit? Because attack speed is king, brother. At least for this build. That's a good one. I mean, it's vastly better than what I have. So I should go safe with the transfiguration. But Mama didn't raise a quitter. So worst case scenario, I'll just have to use my old sword again. Right? Well, that one is crazy. Okay, I didn't want to have the crit damage anyways. You know, crit damage is highly overrated. The only thing that this weapon doesn't have is maximum life. So I guess that's the only thing I could complain about, because my maximum life will actually drop into non-existence right now. So if I equip this one here, this red sermon, we're already just sitting at 20,000 max life. So if I equip this one, we're actually going down to quite less max life. Which is technically a problem, but we have a lot of damage reductions, so it's kind of okay-ish. And I'll just have to find like a pair of boots and a pair of pants that have a greater FX to max life, or at least max life at all, to fix this. Right? Because my pants don't have max life. Actually, they do have max life. Yep, but not as a greater FX. And like we could have this as greater FX max life probably too. And then kind of fix it that way. But we'll see there. So we get this Eldarin, we got 100 crit, weapon damage. Before we transfigure it, let's see what the damage increase would be, feelingly or unfeelingly. I mean, the difference between the two, Sword of Justice, is mine, other one had all damage multiplier, and this one has now 100 and a 300. It did have a greater affix to weapon damage, which accounts to the double amount of weapon damage. So we were at 5,500 damage per hit instead of 5,200 damage per hit. However, I guess that the higher multiplier might actually be better. Unique power reroll, we still have to do that, don't worry. Oh yeah, I'm instantly gonna die to that. Okay, so, you know, 11,000 HP. Oh yeah, that damage is so much higher. Chat, that damage is so much higher. Holy Christ. On the cross. I mean, he just gets sliced and diced into absolute shish kebab there. Dude, that fully boosted, like, resolve stack, super slaying. It was just so much stronger. Damn. Why do we keep looting? Well, I mean, we get so many mythics out of this. I might as well just keep looting and see what happens. Right? Surely I couldn't get lucky again. So weapon damage is weaker than all damage percent, as it seems. I mean, I always assumed that weapon damage would be so much more useful than actually getting a multiplier. So at least the greater affix on the weapon damage. But it seems like I was wrong. Okay, so what do you say, Chad? Do we now just transfigure this and risk that something bad happens, or do we just like, you know, go safe with the entropic tuning prism? I mean, first we need to do a unique power reroll anyways to get it from 97 to 105. Thank you very much. Go big or go home. Well, let's see. Indestructible. I cannot complain. I genuinely cannot complain, but it is obviously a dud. Right? This outcome is a complete dud, because with the gem strength multiplier, we could have gotten so much more. Regardless, we got a good weapon now. So let's jump back into pit 120 that we cleared in with 9 minutes left. What was it? And we have now way less life. But we have a high amount of damage reduction, so the way less life shouldn't actually matter. We'll have to see about that. Oh, I have no life. I have no life. I have no life. No life I have. Definitely need to find like better items with at least a little bit max life. But it's funny that like my warlock has 100. One of my warlock builds has 160,000 life. Okay, yeah, sounds like a lot. Is a lot. And he still dies to one shots, right? While this one has 11,000 life, but all the damage reduction in the world that you could imagine.
Curse this place. I'm being followed.
Staying easily alive. I'd say this is faster so far. I mean, with this new weapon, I guess we could do 125. Right? The funny part is still right now. So now I'm absolutely blasting here and I'm like, yeah, we're so good. But in all reality, if we would be playing the Clash build, I would just poop on a 125. Still though, like, it's all about checking how far we can get with this to then still use the Clash for other activities. Good thing is that the Clash will just work with 90% of our gear, so we don't actually have to go for much new gear to try out the Clash build. We will do the Clash build as well, Chad. Just to show you the difference in fun, movement, everything. That fire damage, I was expecting it to actually kill me, I'm gonna admit. Dude, are we so much faster? Chad? I feel like we're not like a little faster with this weapon. We're almost twice as fast, feelingly. Just don't remember the timing that we actually had. So that's my problem. Okay. $500. Dude, this is like looking like a 4-minute clear unless I die to something. Oh, I was sure I could survive that, and I almost did survive that. Now we definitely need some more, like a little bit more life. Not much. Yeah, it's like almost 2 minutes faster. Oh, Jesus. Slightly 604 billion, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, did this. Ladies and gentlemen, that is sub 5 minutes for 120 on a Zeal Paladin. I think that's 125 in the back for this build. While we have kept the stone, while we have had only 11,200 HP. Good. I'm quite happy with this. Do you think Druid Werebear is still viable, or Summon's just too good? My build, call it again. Boulder build clears everything easy, including Mephisto, Torment 12. So Boulder is absolutely viable. It's absolutely insane. It does very well. We still have like a few random red sermons just lying around. Transfigure. We're still trying to hit big here. That would mean gem strength and still transmutable. Nope, none of these. Okay, so 125 is definitely something we can do. Again, the Mythic Seal doesn't do anything for us right now because we sadly don't have anything. The Bloodmet Idol is great. That would be another 20% bonus damage we could get. If you want to play safer, by the way, you can take Griswold's Opus because it says dealing direct damage grants increased critical strike damage for each hit within 10 seconds up to 50%, which is 30% less what the Bloodmet Idol can give you. However, the Griswold Opus says at maximum stacks gain critical strikes have a chance to deal double damage. The problem is it says lucky hit. So if my lucky hit is only 4%, how likely is it really that the Griswold's Opus triggers? So what we can test right now is how much faster would Griswold's Opus potentially make us, if not, right? Where do you get unique charms? You can craft them. Oh, wow. That was me just jumping in and getting hit right away. I mean, I'm greedy for not casting... What is it called again? For not casting the fortress as soon as the dungeon starts, because we kind of need to do that, but I'm greedy. Azeroth drops from Bartok, sir. You haven't had any luck because it drops from Bartok and you need to kill Bartok for it. So we should do this first to just get the stacks, and then we should start, hurling ourselves into opponents. So with Griswold's Opus, technically, there's a chance for my crits to do double damage, right? Which technically should lead to trillion damage hits. Because we're doing like up to 600 billion, right? And if then the Griswold Opus has a chance to do double, it should technically work. Here's a really shitty start with these weird-ass elites here. We're going to take him down. And then I'm going to claim my Heart of Stone back. Bunch of range attacking nerds. I'm pretty sure that the Bloodmet Idol is better because the Bloodmet Idol is not only 80% bonus damage or 100% bonus damage, right? Which is twice of what the Griswold Opus does. It is also, on top of the bonus damage, provides you with Berserking. But let's see how much faster it does Field's vibes. I mean, realistically, we would get more heals with Griswold's Opus. Because Griswold's Opus, again, has a chance to heal you, which is not unuseful. When you think about it. Pull everyone together. I want my Heart of Stone back. So you're gonna have to kill this annoying dude here. No. I got him back! I'm out of here, nerds! But I just don't like to fight the bees because the bees, they just separate themselves. Like, right? I want to just hit all of you at the same time. And you're just like, no, pony. We don't want to get hit by you at the same time. We actually hate that. So we're just gonna fly in all 3 different directions. Yeah, deal with it. You're like, but I hate that. And they don't care. Absolutely annoying people. Okay, come here, little goblin. Little goblin bumped like the stone out of my shoes again. Okay, we're slower than with the Bloodmet Idol, but it was also like an iffy start. Still though, feelingly slower. Right? The Bloodmet was sitting at almost like done here already, almost at the boss. So it turns out, like, having a fixed 100% bonus damage boost is actually more useful than not having a fixed bonus damage boost. Okay, just good to know. Grizzled's Opus is not needed, ladies and gentlemen. The problem is the Blood Mad Idol, does it drop on any other character but the Bard? It does, right? The Blood Mad Idol is an all drop thingy. It drops also from the Butcher, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, the Blood Mad Idol is vastly better. Let's get out. I'm curious if your lucky hit was higher. The problem is that Zeal is a skill that has a base low lucky hit. So even if I would put on plus 50% lucky hit, the Zeal would not go up to 50%. The Zeal would go up to 9%. Right? Okay, where does the Blood Mad drop from? It's a generic, it's a non-boss unique pool one. Oh no. Because my only Blood Mad Idol has like 80%. Do I not have like Blood Mad Idol? I have one more that's at 84%. At least. Is Paladin fun this season? Yes. So this is when we're not pit pushing, chat, when we're just going through like a normal dungeon, right? You're just jumping. Having a good time, just schnezzling everything. Right, it's funny that we really just have only 11,000 HP, but it really doesn't matter. This Paladin just stupid. Alright, who cares about 11,000 HP, chat? When you get like 90% damage reduction. The problem with every Paladin build is, no matter what you play, if you play Holy Light, Hammer, whatever, you have to play Fortress. So like we're playing here, Fortress. I mean, I can exist without Fortress, as you see, right? I can just go through, I do enough damage, everything just falls, everything is made out of tissue paper. So like we really do not require Fortress for normal existence. But as soon as I fight like a boss, you would want to pull out Fortress optimally to really get the actual damage multiplier. Otherwise, you're not going to do enough. But it was really important that we would do enough to like exist in the world without Fortress. And then when we activate Fortress, it's just like better. Travel to the chamber. I'm on it. One of the longer nightmare dungeons, right? Come out, wherever you are. Like even without the fortress in a boss fight, right? It's not like I need the fortress. I can get it done without. It's just that in Torment 12, everything is faster with. Okay, that conviction chest just keeps giving. Hunting. Okay, check your build. We have the mobility slings, but it has no explanations in. Do I have to wait for the video? Okay, should we try to now make the Clash Paladin, chat? Because we wanted to make the Clash Paladin as well. I mean, I kept the set because the Clash Paladin needs the set, right? I have to see if I can quickly find something Clash Paladin wise. So don't have it. Let's see if we can just pull a Clash Paladin quickly. Clash needs Pain Gorgers. Yes. I have Pain Gs. On which build did I have Pain Gs? I have Pain Gorgers. I do actually have good Pain Gorgers with all damage and vulnerable damage multiplier, right? Not the best, but they'll work. Farm better ones quickly. So let's see. We're going to have to save this first. So this is the save that is rename. This is the Zeal Resolve Paladin. Okay. Now let's go over to Clash. So why Clash, chat? What is the big advantage of Clash over other things? It's simple. So my Zeal obviously does insane damage, right? But Clash has this thing going on that says increases the effect of Crusader's March and 20% increased damage. Strike an enemy with Clash grants resolve. So this is how you get resolve too, even though it actually doesn't need. And then you just go for this. Your resolve empowers Clash, dealing 8% increased damage per stack of resolve. Okay, so that means right now if I just like put Seal out, okay, just put Seal out. Don't change like anything else. Don't change the set. Don't change anything. Okay, well, change one thing. Put actually on the Juggernaut. So you'd have to go from Zeal over to Juggernaut. So casting Juggernaut skill consumes stacks of Resolve, giving your Juggernaut skill 60% increased damage and gain 20% size for 5 seconds. Okay. And you're going to obviously get an insane amount of Resolve inside the thingy. So now... Oh, I need Sword and Shield for this? To use my basic skill? Do you have to use... Oh, I have to use a Sword and Shield. Sorry. Shard. Because we need a Shard of Rathiel. I kept a good one. I knew this. I knew my time would come, chat. So I kept a good Shard of Rathiel. Not the perfect one, but it'll do. And then we need a shield. I don't have a shield. Oh, that's crazy.
Feeling lucky, mainlander? An excellent pull, my
Critical strike, chat.
Fate smiles.
I mean, probably you want to have damage reduction or something. See? We don't have enough fury to use this one. Because the Shot of Rathiel makes things cost like more, right? 25 basic resource. So we need some kind of face generation now to have this function. But alone with like just existing, Clash essentially gets 8 times 53 plus that's 424, right? And then we got 4 times 53. So that's alone what Clash gets in bonus damage from existing. Plus actually 80% from your thingy. So like this is something that Zeal doesn't get right away, right? Obviously this 8% per stack of resolve. So let's see, how do you make resource with this? I mean, first we gotta redo the shield because the shield is obviously shitty. We're gonna keep the cooldown reduction. So what we're gonna do is we remove the resistance, which is a defensive aspect actually. Then we remove the resistance, which is a resistance and a defensive aspect. Then we're gonna go for focus reroll on the utility aspect to make this a cooldown in higher. What other thing would we like to see on a shield? That would be cool on a paladin if you could dual wield. Yeah. 5%. I'm not waking up for 5% cooldown reduction. I mean, it says 8 or I'm going home. Ah, Fortress Mace Clash free to cast. Thank you for reminding me. That's exactly how we can do it. I was still on the Unstoppable, but you're completely correct. Fortress Mace Clash free to cast, which really makes Clash an absolute stupid skill in terms of like how it actually works. Ah, 8% cooldown reduction. Now we're going to add an affix and we can add offensive affixes, but what for other offensive affixes can actually land there? Right? What I mean, we could get damage reduction, I guess, right? But damage reduction would be a defensive one. Well, actually, would damage reduction be smart? Wouldn't armor be better? Because armor would directly be a damage multiplier, while damage reduction doesn't do anything for me. I mean, don't get me wrong, damage reduction is nice to have, right? But considering that armor is damage for me, wouldn't that be better? It's a good shield. I don't hate it. I don't hate it. Wait, can a shield get resolved? Wait, ho. Can I go? Oh! Are you kidding me? Why can a shield get resolved stacks? Oh, that's illegal. So, by the way, we haven't given up on the Zeal, so don't get me wrong. It's just like to emphasize the difference. And it might be that you pretty much have to play, like, let's say if you want to kill Mephisto, Torment 12, that resolve might be required. I say might be required. Let's change the... No, you know what? Let's keep the damage reduction. Even though damage reduction is inverse proportional, it's still worth it to actually have. Like, let's assume our damage is good enough, right? I don't need more damage. Maximum resolve stacks. That means we're gonna have to... What aspect? Ah. Basic skill aspects, Chad. Because we have basic skill aspects now. Moon. Aspect of Moonrise. So damaging an enemy with a basic skill grounds your attack speed, and it gives you maximum stacks, blood rage, more movement speed. So it's really useful. Then we can also play the... I gotta put my rings away. The problem is I kind of don't want to re-roll my rings. We can keep redirected force here. The pain G's we're going to be playing, so I can put my gloves away. I can put my 2 rings away. We're just going to have to create 2 dummy rings. These can stay for now. If I wouldn't be playing the Mantle... No. Shit. I need to play Mantle of the Grey. We need another pair of pants. I could just put Glenn's Emblem on this pair of pants for the time being. That's fine. Yeah. Yeah. I could just swap the aspects around. That's fine. Because I don't want to swap my pair of pants right now. I'm just lazy. Right? So we're just going to take these for the time being. Even though I anyways need a better pair of pants. So Pain G's. I look pretty good, I gotta say. What a stud. What a stud, ladies and gentlemen. So one thing we gotta do is, we get this, that. That is standard. We get this, that, because that is standard. Actually, nope, this, that. That's standard. We get this, that. Then we don't need the rally anymore because that was from our set, right? But we could go over to the Consecration if we wanted to, because Consecration actually does give us the weaken to the enemies, and it gives us the fortifies you, plus it gives us the additional damage. if I didn't want to use a travel skill. Because again, this is like purely a kill build. Okay. It's purely a kill build. Then castle's going to stay as it is. We need to swap the set. So set, instead of being Dauntless, here, these 4. It is the Phoba. I kept the whole set exactly for this reason. We obviously don't have a single rank in Juggernaut skills now, because this is a Juggernaut skill, so we'd have to get that, or basic skill, something in that direction. Aura skills. I mean, aura skills is better than 4 skills. Then we can put on that. But will we play the Berserk King? That's a good question. So one thing we got to change down here is we got to turn this into free cast. Okay. So that means even with 2 rings on right now, and even with a wrong, so like this is already doing billions of damage, right, chat? Clash, clash, billions, billions. You know, despite not having like all the things going on, just because we have 55 resolve stacks, you know. Mantle of the Grey drops from whom? Mental Harbinger of Hatred. Oh. So first things first, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to destroy the shields that we don't need. Then we're gonna save this under Clash. Clash 2.0. We're gonna go back to Zeal for the second here. We're gonna have to kick in some throats quickly. Right? I'm struggling to understand why we use GA items for transfiguring in your latest video. If we don't care about the affix, why would we use any ancestral? Well, because you're potentially going to replace your main weapon, and you want it to be an ancestral item, because ancestral items, when they're can have like a tempering. Yeah. So what Gia's talking about is, why do we just mass transfigure everything we find? I mean, I've been transfiguring red sermons today all day, Gia, because if the red sermon gets transfigured and then stays transfigurable, that is again the absolute S tier outcome. Yeah, she kills me now. Oh, greedy bastard, Chan. Greedy bastard. What changed? Why are we dying now? Well, I might have lost 10,000 HP due to the consequences of my actions. You know, we might be at a minimum amount of HP, but it works, trust me. Look at the damage with the new red sermon. He just absolutely died. It's so funny. Okay, Mantle of the Grey, please. I mean, are we gonna happy with like a normal Mantle of the Grey, or do we have to get one in Greater Ancestral, Chad? Oh, we probably have to get one in Ancestral, right? I mean, that's a lot of Mantles of the Grey, but sadly, they're all just not good. I mean, this is a 6% Mantle of the Grey. Ah, shit, I completely forget. We'll need a Mantle of the Grey that also has maximum life on it. That's gonna be so difficult. Would it not? You technically, yes, any other 900 item power item would be good. So it doesn't matter if it's greater affix or not, if that's what you're asking. However, greater affix items are inherently better than non-greater affix items. Why max life? Because I want to at least have sub-max life, Cafe. I mean, we're already non-existence life right now, so the Clash build wants to have at least a little bit too. We're just melting him. I forget we're not playing our fortified drain raid right now. It needs to get fixed before I forget fixing that and then consistently die. Okay, no ancestral mental of the grade. Do we have to 3-1 transmute? Probably, right? I know that 3-1 transmute can upgrade, but it cannot downgrade. If you put three ancestrals in, it's always 3 ancestrals. But if I put 3 non-ancestrals in, it can actually go ancestral. I think we have had that exactly happen one time today.
Mainlander, what brings you? Taken apart.
Okay, I need to put on my chest piece the fortified drain. Good. Because that's going to make me so much more tanky. Okay. Oh no! See, with that fortified drain now in, we're just healing ourselves so much more. Okay, can I please get like a goddamn Mantle of the Grey in Ancestral? There's one Ancestral, thank you. I gotta do it, Chan. Even if it's the ugliest Mantle of the Grey available, at least an Ancestral one. So what does Mantle of the Grey do? Why would Clash want it? Mantle of the Grey officially says... Juggernaut Oath makes you Juggernaut skill 25% larger. Needed. Consume up to 16 resolve, granting 6% increased Juggernaut skill damage for each point consumed. That's good, right? If I have 16 resolve, that's 16 times 6% more damage just from the chest piece. Also, I just got Fanatism Aura up, so I guess that's more attack speed and crit anyways. Not a bad one. Max life, resistance to element, strength. Honestly, I think I just like jackpotted actually to a degree. So now we can also temper resolve stacks on and make him greater affix. Thank you very much. The health bar is scary to look at. Nah, it's all fine. Don't worry. I mean, it just got worse with the latest weapon we got because we're obviously going a bit overboard currently. Come on. Don't be like that. Oh, God. I got the resolve stacks and I clicked it again. Now, I will never get the resolve stacks again, chat. You know how it is. The eternal rule of I made a mistake. Crit crime. I don't have Sirs anymore? No, Sirs is up, sorry. No, Sir was supposed to go there. Chem. Sir. No. Chem needs to go there. If I can put Sir. It's crime? It's Tom? Oh, you won't let me put it in there? Wait a second. Sorry. He was being convoluted, Chad. Okay. Get the Mantle of the Grey upgraded. We got the Pain Gorgeous Gauntlets, even though they're not the best. We got the Warlock's Gun Anvil. We have the Gain Resolve Stack Per. So these are all the same. The boots actually don't change, right? The Amulet would technically change, but I could do this on rings. So we need other rings now. That's important. That means ring, 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 banana phone, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, banana phone. I got this feeling. This one has a greater affix damage multiplier. It doesn't look like it, but it does have. That one got damage over time. It'll have to do for now. I'm sorry. Attack speed ring. Mess around with that. Let's remove the resource generation. Add the strength. And the critical strike damage multiplier. You know what? Not bad. Can work. Main reason we need these two is technically we would have to get cooldown reduction on this, but we have this one now. So we got Resolve. And there is the aspect of the Juggernaut's Covenant. Consuming Resolve stacks grants an additional 100% damage. Cool. And then we also have Resolve in the offensive with Lapis Scripture. No, not Lapis Scripture. There is, what is it called again? Vanguard. Vanguard. Yeah, Vanguard. Because Vanguard, if I have it then. Here, Vanguard's. Juggernaut skills deal increased damage for the first 3 enemies hit. So we got actually, like, technically this one should be on the Amulet, but on my Amulet is already redirected force, so I can't put it there. Making our biggest problem again, that we're lacking any kind of diamonds. Yeah, I can't even make flawless, chat, so I can make one flawless right now. Actually really sad.
From creation, destruction.
Make a royal ruby 6 at least. And we can make a ground amethyst, that's cool. We can make ground sapphires too, that's also cool. Okay, they're going to get cooldown reduction tempers. So let's try to get the max rolled. And then let's see how much damage. Oh, shit. No. No. I still have to change a Paragon board. But I don't think we have to change a lot of Paragon boards because you know why? I think it all mashes up quite nicely. So it's like the fun part between these two builds. There is so much overlap that I will not have to change much. Let me actually see if it works the way I imagine it to work. I mean, obviously we have one glyph that's completely misleveled. Right? I like Paladin so far. Oh, we made an insane everything build, and now we're gonna make a boss killing build currently. So the clash is meant for technically boss killing. For Mephisto, specifically, I guess. Because technically it should do more damage. You land on something that's not damage over time multiplier. Why does this ring why did this ring have a damage over time multiplier? Okay, gonna stay that way. Oh, my weapon isn't upgraded. Oops. I completely forget that. My apologies, ladies and gentlemen. Critical strike chance. Almost out of Forgotten Souls. When we started the morning with 6,000 Forgotten Souls, we're down to 2,000. I guess that's fine. Could be worse. I mean, definitely not one of my worst days material-wise. I've been further below. It's quite some fun speed farm version of this. Honestly, I feel the Zeal is just for me king when it comes down to speed farm fun. Okay, we need to hit the crit damage multiplier or bust. Oh, Jesus Christ. Really? Thank you. Okay, what we need to change is one board. So this one, Shield Bearer, works. The one with the Castle works as well. The one with Relentless works, and all my glyphs work. The only board that doesn't work is Fervent. So we gotta now pull the points out of Fervent. Sadly, you can't mass pull points out. This is still the biggest mistake. So you can mass put points in, but you can't mass pull points out. So I still have to now right-click all of these. Okay, and then instead of the Fervent, we can play Beacon, Fortified, Judge, no, Divinity, one Arbiter. Actually, Beacon? Or at least one ally or mercenary is affected, because what else would work? Right? Oh, yes. Kind of stinky, but it is what it is. All right, the thing is, we need to put a glyph in there. That works with this. So what do we have? Challenger, Honed. Honed is critical strike damage. Arbiter, Canny, Control, Diminish. Diminish was Imbiber. Adjudicator, Law. I mean, Law probably. No, no Judgment. We're not Judgment. What are we again? We're Juggernaut. Judgment. We're Juggernaut. Yeah. Judgment. Oh, they all stink. Might as well put Honed in. So far, the two builds are just different by Imbiber, Adjudicator, Law. So far, the builds are just so minimally different in terms of what they go for. Okay. Good. Let's do a pit 100 for the first run. Same. Tommy, good to see you there. Tornado, thank you very much for your 6 months of support already. Appreciation. So the difference with Clash is now we put this down, then we just hold down our right mouse button, and as you can see, we're instantly doing high billions of damage, right? More high billions than my other build, but it's just way less fleshy. I mean, damage is nutty. Found castle. Alright, just kill them. But it's just so unexciting to do. You know? So the damage is instantly higher than the other build. But obviously you're also doing less hits. And we're currently missing skill ranks, which is very important, right? So top end damage is higher because Clash is just dumb. This is like Diablo 2. Yeah, pretty much. Diablo 2 in a nutshell. And this is like with shitty gear, right? Gotta consider that. This is the reason why I obviously tremendously prefer the other build. But honestly, if this could now kill Torment 12 Mephisto if you max this out, then I guess I would be fine with it. When I exactly know why I choose my build over this one. Does not look fun? Absolutely not. It's literally just, this is a pit pushing build because you just like are the unflashiest version of Paladin ever. But you might be the unflashiest version of Paladin ever. Regardless, the actual damage you're dealing is insane. Clash is the strongest build now. Yeah, but again, you don't need the Clash build. See, that's trillions of damage right now, right? A trillion damage hit, like you didn't do with Zeal that simple ever. I didn't just pack like a trillion punch. How does this build work? Well, you stack Resolve. I have 67 Resolve stacks, and every stack of Resolve is 8% more damage. So you can imagine that that is a lot of bonus damage. See, like, look at the boss. It's getting like plastered by my. Now we need to reduce the Resolve. The only thing that's pretty weak is like the attack speed now. Like instead of with the other one, my attack speed was so much higher. And we obviously have like one glyph that does nothing here right now. So we'd have to get this one up to get a better damage multiplier out of this one. Let's get this one actually all the way up there. So we can have it work. All right, because now that the hone gets bigger, I can take like more intelligence nodes to juice this further. That build is Clash. Yeah, this build is Clash. And obviously, if you can now think about how would this feel in a Helltide. Terrible, right? Going with Clash into a Helltide is straight up, I don't know, dystopian sadness. If you see someone in the leaderboard that has 2 unique seals with a mythical charm, that's because they're bug abusing, my friend. The only reason why that's happening, okay? Heavy, shitty bug abuse. See, trillions of damage, ladies and gentlemen. Beautiful trillion. It's just so unexciting. And this should do, like, the sad part is that this should do the Pit 120 faster than my other build, which is way more fun and exciting to play. Especially when maxed.
I'm being followed.
How do you get that many resolve stacks? Well, your amulet, your chest, your pants, and your shield. Because yes, your shield can have resolve stacks too. And that would be 12 possible resolve stacks. The 3 trillion hit, ladies and gentlemen. Just a random. Is it 3 Trillo? And then we just gotta do the do. Nice. There is the boss. See, my Zeal build did this faster simply by the virtue of being faster. This one yet, right? So that is Clash in a nutshell. I mean, you could probably remove the consecration to just move faster through the world if you wanted to. I don't see why that wouldn't work. Just doing 70 on the Warlock with the most fun build with no gear. Lunatic build, but not the bug version. So one thing we could do now is we could destroy all of these charms. And we could go for
This should be interesting.
at least some basic rerolls. Okay, let's try to get at least some here. Some Juggernaut skill ranks. I mean, I'm sure I'm not going to get, like, all the Juggernaut skill ranks, but at least, like, 9 more, just so we can see the damage outset. And obviously, we need to test this against Torment 12 bosses, because I just want to see what it does. Come on, Juggernaut. It's Justice skills, Jesus. Jug. Okay, Juggernaut skills don't exist, chat. I swear it's immune. Valor? No, it wasn't Valor. It was just Jug. Yeah. Can this roll basic skills? I've never seen it. I know it can roll core skills. Okay, let's roll away 2,000 resin and just not get anything. Wow. Finally. Ja, bitte, mein Schatz. 9. Hab ich doch gesagt.
More loyal friends you will not find.
Heute Morgen. Ja. Was hab ich sagen? Kein Fernsehen? Keine. Oha. Das ist sehr einfach. Weil die mir die Waffe geschickt haben. Hast du die Tür zu? Danke. Richtig. Richtig. Tiny humans. One's not allowed to watch TV, the other can watch TV. Now, how do I solve that problem without being unfair? You know? Do both not watch TV? Some lore. So we get 6 Juggernaut skills. Every skill rank is currently 40% bonus damage. That's a lot. Let's do a 110. What hotkey to transmute? You hold F. See, look at that! Look at that absolute illegal damage, chat. See, like my other build is doing so much more damage per like so many more hits per second, which is absolutely amazing when he does that. But Clash just does like so much damage per hit. Right, way less hits, but with so much more oomph per hit, which just in the long run comes out as an absolute crazy number. Just one hits everything here. Which makes this the most dastardly unhappy build to play regardless. I mean, it's just so much not fun to play this. Words cannot convey my overall unhappiness, like, playing this right now. But we're testing things, right? But we're testing things, so this is important. Biggest problem is we're still losing our Heart of Stone, right? Hi, man. Loved your video on how damage works. I'm happy that hopefully helped you. And you could get more damage out of it. We've been doing nothing else today to improve the damage of this build. Now, I just noticed that you actually need Condemn for this build. Why? Because Condemn does damage enemies frequently, which marks them for the Pain Gorgeous Gauntlets. So you can actually use the Pain Gorgeous Gauntlets. Because right now, the Pain Gorgeous Gauntlets, they echo your damage out of the enemy, right? And if you wouldn't have the Pain Gorgeous Gauntlets, you wouldn't be able to echo the damage out of the enemy. Finally, I understand that mechanic. Jesus. You know, this is like the moment when you actually, like, take a build or like, do the clash and you just understand roughly how it works. But you're missing, like, that clue piece of actually having to use Condemn. Because then you mark them. So you need to mark them with a non-basic skill from the Pain Gorgers, and then it echoes out. Does that make sense to you, Chad? So again, put the castle down, condemn them, and then like the damage echoes, right? Because they get marked by the non-basic skill. And that's where then the damage stacking comes from. And why they all just die so easy. Because you do like trillions of damage hits that then get echoed outward. So like that's a 3-minute clear with the most unexciting skill. And look at the boss just died. I mean, seriously, what is this? That's why this is so stupid. So we can already do the 120 faster. With Paladin builds Moon Pie. Well, again, so this is now just for, this was a 110 with that build, okay? So let me just show you for the people that just joined as a, we're going to override this. So this is the build number 1, right? Then we're going to swap over to just have some more fun. We're going to delete everything. So we're going to go now and equip the other build. Okay. Wait, before we do this, end. Override. Then go back to the Zeal build just to show you the difference, right? So that's the Zeal build now with the red sermon and everything. Doing it in 110. For the Kill Aura build, not good. So this is Zeal. So technically, like, somewhat the same build, right? But a bit more action-packed. Doing essentially the same, put down the castle, jump from pack to pack, slice and dice them. But it's a bit more, you know, forward zooming, especially for this pit 110, 120, right? Because there I'm more active than the clash will ever be. Hey, like, you understand why I dislike the Seal build, the clash build, right, Chad? I think this is kind of clear as day why I really don't like to play it. A billion times more interesting. But sadly, the clash with like minimal effort put in does obviously do more damage. However, if you just again don't want to dive deeper into the pit, right? We're good, because this one clears like just a whole minute faster, the same pit level, just due to the virtue of how it works. That's why, again, I am going to use the Zeal build, Zeal, to kill everything, right? But if I need to pit push, right, if I want to upgrade my glyphs further, I just need the clash build. I mean, sure, I could obviously run against the wall in the pit now with this build, but it's kind of like, does that really make sense, right? I mean, I'm happy that I can clear pit 125, so we'll definitely have to do a 125 still, just for the shits and giggles. But before I need to find a new pair of pants. We're gonna do a 125. It has a clash against Mephi? No, we just made the clash, so we haven't tested it yet. See that? That's like a whole minute faster than the clash build on pit 110 at least. A whole minute. Big difference. At least there's someone equivalent leveled. First char of the season is kind of hard to get going when you don't have anything to start with. Disagree. A Warlock was actually really easy to get going. The Necromancer too, like minimal put in, maximum put out. Okay, one thing we gotta do now is we're gonna destroy everything in our inventory again. That we don't need. Yeah. Then we're gonna swap over to the clash build. Now we're gonna go to where's Paingees coming from again, Chad? Paingees is from Grig. We just quickly try to get better Paingees, but we could also try like the Shot of Rathiel. We need to unique reroll that. Unique power reroll, Jesus. Make it 100. Thank you. Then we transfigure to see what happens. Item quality. Indestructible. Great. Actually, if this one gets item quality, that's insane because we can get way more resolve stacks, right? I didn't actually think about it, but like you could just get so much more out of this. It's like mad. See, that's 8 item quality. Ah, it didn't increase the maximum resolve stacks. Can it not hit that? Can it not just get more out of it? Does it have to be like 10% or something? Greek. No gems on the offhand? Yeah, I completely forget that. It's not that the shield is insane, but I completely forget that. Yeah, we're missing damage multipliers. And yet we're doing trillions of damage, right? Whee! I'm so fast. Look at me. And it's so useless that I'm so fast because I can't do anything with that. Boom, 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 boom. Like boom, 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 chat. This is the unflashiest way to ever kill a Torment 12 boss. It's just pure sadness. Right? It's just pure sadness. Paingees, 3 ranks to Zeal. Wow. We don't need that. Oh no, that ring we don't also need. Why do we need this Pain Gorgers? Come closer, Castra. I can explain. We did that really quickly in the pit, but I can explain it harder. So the reason you're taking the Pain Gorges is damaging enemies with non-basic skills, cast marks them for 3 seconds, and when a basic skill first hits a marked enemy, the basic skill's damage is echoed to all marked enemies. Which means if I have a very great area effect skill, Consecration, and I hit everyone with this, then everyone is marked, and everyone takes my damage plus 120%. So if I then do a trillion hit to one dude, I will do that trillion hit to everyone dude. And that's where the insane damage actually comes from when you're kind of like doing this, because you're then echoing out the super hit to everyone and their mom. And that's kind of like the whole trick with the build. Why Clash is actually so efficient. And see, like, look at the range of the Consecrate, right? Haha. So you kind of need the hit from that. And then you just win. I mean, look at how the absolute unexciting this is, but how absolutely well it works. Oh, it's just dumb. It's just crazy how dumb that is. Problem is, like, getting a better pair of Pain Gorgers is just, like, really, really, really not happening, as you can see. Wonder, is there, like, a unique shield you could play for this? Probably not, right? Does this benefit from attack speed? Well, the faster you're hitting, the more often you can have, like, your thingies echo out. So technically, yes, you would like to have attack speed. At least a modicum of attack speed. Okay, let's kill one more. And hope for the best. Remember, we still need to get Juggernaut skills, right? Because we're out. Because we're missing skill ranks. I do wonder what kind of charm would you play? Would we rather, for this build, actually play Griswold's Opus? Why Griswold's Opus? Because Clash has a 63 lucky hit chance. Yeah, that makes actually sense. Wow. So we've been playing the Blood Mad Idol, but Griswold's Opus is way better because Griswold's Opus can do double damage. Yeah, that's insane. So Blood Mad Idol is like a lot of bonus damage, right? From the from this Berserk King and so on. But Griswold's Opus might just right away be better. Can't pick up things because have too many things.
What brings you to the ancient isles?
Okay. Unless this has Juggernaut skills, we don't want it. Just checking if anyone has, like, we need Jug skills, chat. Any kind of Jug skills will do. Okay, let's try to roll some more for Juggernaut skills. We're really not having it. Why do I have this one? Because it has aura skills. Doesn't hurt. Jug skills. I have him lore with arrow. I have him lore. Give me something that's a fur. Come on. I mean, it's 40% more damage per 3 ranks. So we're missing 120% bonus damage. Sadly. And yet it's already insane, which is the crazy part. Okay, we didn't get a single one. Oh, this one has damage per overpower stacks. That's completely useless. But it's transfigured, right? It's not transfigured. It'll do. We got cast non-channel core skills for wolf companions. Chat, did we just not have vulnerable the whole time? Yikes. Yikes bonkus. What the fuck do you take for... What rune do you take for Sir I mean, Sir wouldn't work because it's the wolves. I mean, we technically don't need the vortex for this build. That's true. Because you would have... Yeah. So you could play a Vex with a ultimate skill. World Boss? Oh, World Boss gave me a mythical seal today, chat. FYI. In case you wanted to know. In case you didn't want to know, I got a mythical seal. In case you didn't want to know, I got a mythical seal from the World Boss today. Yeah. Just in case you have no interest in this. Right? And at the same time, he dropped me a Crux of the False Prophet. So this is what I got from a World Boss. Like, just in case you didn't want to know. Right? Auradin is not viable. No, sir. Auradin is out currently. Let's swag ourselves up a little bit, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, we can work with that. Yeah, I was lucky enough to get myself the Seal of the Diamond Mine. The sad part is I can't use it for this Paladin. It's like no combination of things that will actually help me. Trillions together. Is World Boss worth doing without a cache? Yes. World Boss is single-handedly always worth doing. No matter what. And might it be because someone is like dropping some weird ass, you know? You never know. There's always a chance for more. Okay, now that we have vulnerable in the build, chat, do you think we could do pit? So we did pit 120 in 4 minutes with a Zeal build. I think it was 4 minutes and 30 seconds or something like that. So let's do a pit 120 with our not maxed out version, because the Zeal build is fairly maxed out already, right? And on this build that we're playing here right now, there is a lot of things not maxed out. So again, you're going to put down your castle and then you consecrate the enemies so that your damage is now being echoed out to everyone, right? And then you consecrate again and then the damage is being echoed out to everyone, which is like pretty much like the whole trick of the thingy. So here, consecrate again, damage is being echoed out, and as you can see, the trillions are just rolling in. Castle, consecrate, echo. Consecrate, castle, echo. And this is like how you just kill everyone at the same time. Because otherwise you would never like get it done with castle, right? Because with clash. Because you're using a goddamn clash skill. The Pain Gorgeous Gauntlets are really what saves your buttocks here. Which doesn't make it any less amazing to play, I just have to say. But you could technically, instead of the consecrate, use a movement skill. Problem is that the consecrate is just too big, right? The consecrate hits a whole area. Like, right, I go for this, bomb, everyone gets hit by it. Whereas the movement skill, for example, would just simply not do that. Okay, we did a 120 and 430. I mean, right now, the whole Zeal build still profits from like the actual jumping and bumping through areas, right? Oh, we don't have our castle right now. You still all die. 10 trillion, nice. Just the absolute like unexcitement you feel when playing this. It's crazy how like how can one build be like so obnoxiously boring to play? Someone at Blizzard must have been like, this is it, Chad. This is what we want the players to experience, right? This is the vision. Hey, they called Jonathan and they were like, Jonathan, teach us. What is this vision that you keep talking about in Path of Exile? And they're like, listen, boys, I got you covered. This is how we want players to play. This is how we want players to experience the game. Like, due to the echo, how everyone just died here. If they wouldn't, like, just permanently make me unable to hit because they're just blocking my abilities. Absolute nerdets. And then this is the unoptimized version of the build, which makes me like absolutely sad about things. Just stand AFK, hold down right mouse button, win the fight. Put down your castle, get more damage. So no doubt in my mind, this would like just go further with less effort, which is like just stupid, right? It is what it is, I guess. But how would this feel against Mephisto now? Because that was the plan. We noticed that with this Zeal Paladin, no matter how much damage you get, the Zeal Paladin just does not feel that good against Mephisto. Not against Torment 12 Mephisto. Torment 10 Mephisto, you just eat up. Torment 11 Mephisto, you also eat up. But what about Torment 12 Mephisto? Is it possible to temper GA onto 850? Nope. 850 item power cannot GA. Jason, it's so boring, especially outside of the tower. Yeah, that's why we went for Zeal, for outside of the tower. I think Paladin can be fun if you temper what you want to do. Like, you want to do Torment 12 without a problem. You want to kill Torment 10 Mephisto, right? It's all easy and cheesy. But like, if you... Yeah, okay, so this... Yeah. I guess we could kill him. If I push this a bit further, we could probably do this. I probably have to get in a ring with cooldown reduction so I get just my castle more often, right? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, it just works. If we get now the other 9 ranks right here, +3, +3, +3 Juggernaut ranks, we're just gonna be cooking. right? And if we get the Pain Gorgeous Max rolled and actually good rings and that kind of stuff, we would instantly sit like at 50 trillion damage or something like that. Yeah, okay. I think I'm fine with this. I'm not mad. I have my Zeal Paladin to really have fun, and then I have my Clash Paladin in case I have ambitions. If you move the city shorter, yes, Jason, I just forget to move. I know that moving makes the cooldown shorter, so you should probably just spam and evade every now and then. That would probably be the most efficient way to go about it. No, he just refused to do the poison until late. So, like, if I just dash through him, that should probably shorten the cooldown, right? Oh, I got this phase. Can I just YOLO face tank that phase? Oh, shit. Kinda? Oh God, drink potions! Mom! Chuck! Ah! I'm alive, ladies and gentlemen.
So much effort spent. Yes, still.
The stupidest fight I've ever had. The thing is, like, again, this is so undertuned, right? This is still not the perfect version of this.
Wake up.
Better gear for your barb today. I mean, there's so much you can do to improve your damage slicer. Not sure if you watched the video from this morning that explains a bit about damage vectors and how to scale. Now to the real part. Well, you definitely got to pull this one out really quick so you actually get your resolve stacks up, right? That I wouldn't just die to the first time he did something to me. My biggest problem here being that I gotta now stand like, huh? Nah, I can. Oh, Mom! Come on! Ladies and gentlemen, I'm a demon! I'm a demon! Demon! Ah! Ah, dodged it. First try. I feel like this shouldn't have worked, chat, because it's like really not the max version of this. Like, but yeah, that should have never worked. That should have like literally never worked. I mean, again, we're missing 3 ranks here, 3 ranks there, another 3 ranks on this one, 3 ranks here. So technically like 120 to 150% bonus damage, right? We don't have the Pain Gorgeous max, 25%. We have a shitty Pain Gorgeous, so not even critical strike damage multiplier or attack speed. I mean, this one is okay, right? But we're missing a gem because I forgot. Chat, I forget to put in a gem here. I forget to put in a gem there. Our rings have 1 damage multiplier, the other one, but no greater affix. The other ring does have a damage over time multiplier instead of critical strike damage. Yeah. Any questions? Oh, a 2-handed with a greater affix. Great, how useless. A grandfather. I mean, we could at least try to transfigure gem strength on it, I guess. Worst case scenario. Hard carried by resolve? Yes. Yes. But who cares? Right?
What is a waitress, isn't it?
This is part of the equation, the hard carried by resolve. Mm-hmm. That is a... Good shot. Now, after the depresso of that was, let's go back to the actual fun. So this is the actual fun of being a Zealadin, ladies and gentlemen. So this is back to the actual build that we're playing, just to show you the joy of going through Torment 12. See, this is my actual joy of playing Paladin. This is my build for everything that is not Mephisto. But Alberta Wing Strike, I think actually weaker than Zeal, but weaker is relative. It comes down to what you enjoy playing. I think all Paladin versions are around pit 120, maybe 125, right? It seems to be like where you find most Paladins currently. With then obviously Clash being able to go higher. I mean, I tremendously prefer this version, and I think if some of the bugs that are currently not scaling are fixed, I would actually hit trillions of damage with this as well, but it would be low trillions and not the high trillions that you easily get with Clash. So, like, you already have to have, like, a fairly maxed out version of what we're doing here right now to actually get to these numbers of what I'm doing. But still, hey, I mean, as you can see, I can just kill everything. It's just a real joy to play, personally for me. I'm quite content with this.
It is done.
I'll probably get you tomorrow both, Chad, I'd say. So we're going to get a build guide for this Zeal Paladin, but I'm going to include an explanation for Clash and how you can easily put the Zeal into the Clash version. Because that's the fun part, right? So for Zeal and Clash, the difference is essentially one Paragon board and 2 rings plus a chest piece. That's it. All other items are the same. So if you make this, you can just like easily transition into the other build as well if you then would like to try it or not. And I think that's kind of cool. Right? With the castle function in this build, a fortress gives you 4% more damage per resolve stack. In this version of the build, your resolve stacks are up to 48, 50 ED. And that obviously leads to tons of bonus damage when castle's up. High speed finisher with this build. So far, we're sitting at 120 in 4 minutes. And then we haven't just bothered to go deeper because 120 in 4 minutes is plenty enough for what we're doing here. Because right now, in order to actually go deeper, I need a new pair of pants. Because my pair of pants actually kills me. It is like it's just not enough for what I would need it to be, right? And I guess now new chest piece wouldn't be needed, but a new pair of pants would be needed to really make sure that we're tanky enough. Because we're playing a bit of a self-mutilation build here, because you're pretty much draining your own HP to do damage, and at the same time as you're draining your own HP to do damage, you're also burning yourself. So it's like a combination of burning and draining. And in order to actually make up for that, we need a bit more max life, tiny bit more, because currently we're sadly sitting at only 11,000. Yeah, that's partially due to my new weapon, because my new weapon is this one, which is insane, but doesn't give me max life. Right? So currently the highest we did is 120, but we can definitely do 125 from a timing perspective. We just need to get like this ugly pair of pants that has life regeneration on it. Yikes. Into something different. But we can't reroll anything on this, I guess, because I rerolled the maximum life onto it. So nothing really to do there. One thing I just noticed I did, though, is, Chad, I accidentally destroyed my Juggernaut skills charms. Yes, I did. What do we do, Chad? Oh, we, like, you know, when I just override this build here quickly, and then I swap back to the Clash build, I might have or might have not. No, I didn't actually accidentally destroy them. I was scared for a second. I still have the actual ones left. Oh, that's super annoying. Thought we accidentally destroyed them. They've been really upsetting. Linta, Mlor, Bearer. I mean, Aura Skills is better than nothing, right? Even if Aura Skills doesn't do much for us, but I guess I'd rather have Aura Skills than I have, like, nothing going on, right? So we have +9 to Aura Skills, yay. That makes our stuff slightly better. And use Arcadia. I mean, what do you mean, sir? What is Arcadia? Where were we stuck now? We did a 125 with this as well. No, fine. 99 billion, what's the point after? Well, if you want to, like, you know, mess around with the Asian like super farmers, then you better get all the crazy thingies. Okay, let's do a... Wait, I do a 120 faster on the Zeal build. So let's Zeal the 120. Currently. We're just trying to get a better pair of gloves, I guess. Let's not stand in pools of poop. Okay, Chad? And having like a bunch of poison dudes as your first enemies is definitely not what you would like to have, right? I kind of want to like have my Heart of Stone back, but you know, you're just have all that poison here on the ground. I can't get my Heart of Stone back. Yes, physical resistance, poison enchantment, and frozen plus executioner. So he's just like, you shall not pass. Yet though, here we are. And then we get a lightning dude afterwards. Goodness Christ. What for an absolute nauseating start into a pit. Right? Could we survive the lightning blast? Technically we can if we had a bit more max life, right? So the problem is that since we again lost our max life or some of our max life, there is a world where the lightning blast will kill us and we don't want that, right? Flash Paladin or Zeal Spin depends on what you're doing. It's really that simple as a question as an answer, right? You want to have speedy fun, you definitely don't play Clash. When I fall asleep playing Clash, and I wish I was exaggerating like ho 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 ho, but I literally like I would mentally pass out if I would play this all day long. Like it would actually make me hate Diablo. And I think a lot of people understand that feeling when they play the Clash build. Like, yep, I hate Diablo now. It's Joever. Was a good season, but now I officially hate the game and I never want to touch it again. Did you ever actually played Zeal? You actually played Clash? I think outside Clash, Paladin is actually quite enjoyable. It's just that the power level is lacking, and that then makes it less enjoyable again. Because if you know that there's just like so much power lurking around the corner, right? That. Shield charge. I did see an interesting shield charge build, and I'm not completely against it, but the gameplay is horrible. And if you're telling me the gameplay is not horrible, like you're lying to yourself. Have you seen the shield charge? It goes whoop, 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 whoop to enemies to even do basic damage. I mean, I prefer Clash over shield charge because at least I can just stand still and do my damage without having to do the maximum effort to do like the minimal amount of damage. Right, that's shield charge, right? You have to do everything to do what Clash does with like standing still and holding down the right mouse button. While you're just, oh Jesus Christ, we're dying so much in this one right now. Well, you know. Not a bad build, functional, not a bad build damage-wise when it comes down to shield charge, but definitely like it's like Spiritborn, right? Spiritborn evade build, either you like it or you hate it. I'm not sure how you're feeling about the Spiritborn, Chad, but if you're a fan of the evade build, then pop off. You should definitely try out the shield charge build. We're burning ourselves way too much, or is there way too many poison opponents? I'm not entirely sure. The dungeon, this is the pit, and we're currently in with our Zeal Paladin. But we're wondering a bit about the immense burn that we're getting. Oops. Why did that instantly kill us? Easy answer, because we don't have a single point of resolve when we start into the fray. So in order to like survive this poison contact, you need to do this to actually get stacks of resolve. And now we have 53 stacks of resolve, and my all damage reduction is up to a point where this doesn't happen. But if I do not, right, have my resolve, then my all damage reduction doesn't exist. Okay, these are all poisoning. No wonder I'm dying. I mean, at least I have an explanation to what's happening. It's like that dude poisoning, this poison just killing me. Ay. I wanted to get my stone back, but you know what we're going to do is we're just going to be like, yeah, so I never wanted my heart of stone back anyways, right? My first ever Paladin Hammerdin is new to D4. Just unlocked tier 6. Wait, I need to look out that I don't die, but I guess it's fine. Tier 6. Build around hunt legendary aspect and gems until I reach billions of damage like you are. It might be that Hammerdin never reaches billions of damage, but the game is all built around your set currently. Set is your biggest damage multiplier. Together then with skill ranks and damage multipliers on your gear. The easiest way to gain damage on a new character is get your set, because usually your set is everything from 100 to 500% bonus damage, right? So get the talisman, get the set items up to 500% bonus damage. Then after you get the talismans, then you're going to try to get talismans with the right skill ranks. In your case, it would be holy skills or core skills or something like that for the hammer. And those skill ranks will, again, increase your damage even further. Mostly already up into the billions, if we're honest with each other. Then you get your Paragon board. And your Paragon board will do the same, right? Your Paragon board will add another 300 to 400% depending on your class. And afterwards, you have your gear with the damage multipliers. You can do pretty much a lot before you even touch a single piece of gear. The aura keeps resolve. Nah, you don't need the aura to resolve. It's your castle keeps resolve up. Pretty much. I mean, castle gives you resolves per second, so that's mostly what just keeps resolve pumping. Very easy. Oh god, there's so much lightning again. Holy moly. Every time I can reach Torment 12, I have seen a hammer build going all the way to Torment 12, but I have not seen one go like really far. I'm also not sure how well Hammerdin will do for any bosses in Torment 12, so I really do not have the overview there. I know Clash works really good, the Seal works really well. Realistically, no matter if you play Hammerdin or whatever you do with it, you will have to also use the Fortress ulti also on your Hammerdin, because the Fortress ulti on your Hammerdin will also provide you with a 300% bonus damage. So no matter what you plan on playing, no matter what you plan on doing with a Paladin, you're going to end up with a Fortress. And that's fine, I guess. So you have to get some cooldown reduction to like be able to have the Fortress as often as possible, because it is just where the damage comes from. Something's off right now. So we can pretty much not die here. Because now we have the resolve, we have the heal, we're only fighting one opponent. Like, unless something really unforeseen happens and we stand like in a pool of absolute death and danger, there's usually no way we die. Apart from if that dude here from the side shoots like lightning shit into us. Goodness Christ, then we can actually die, ladies and gentlemen. What is that for obnoxious lightning shit, for sure. I retract my statement. There's a chance we can die if obnoxious lightning dude does obnoxious lightning shit. Then we can die. Okay, this is pretty much the extent to where we go with this build usually. We have cleared this 110 now in 4 minutes. This is not looking like 4 minutes. I know. We did it in 4 minutes. It feels good. But again, I can't kill Torment 12 Mephisto with this. No matter how much better gear I get, Torment 12 Mephisto will just never feel good. Okay, very important. It really, it does not matter how much. Like, even if I get like a gem strength multiplier on my weapon, I don't think I'll ever get to the point where I'm like, yeah, Mephisto is like easy clap max super key. Whereas my Clash, whereas with Clash, we just killed Torment 12 Mephisto, right? I mean, we do hundreds of billions of damage, right? Hundreds of billions of damage, nice. And we do it like quite frequent, so you can see how it's like just slamming down. And we're just like, there's a 400, there's 200, right? And like there's all these billions are coming in and like the multi-hits and all that kind of stuff. So it's amazing. But regardless of it being amazing, you're just not reaching what Clash can do. At least for pit pushing. What's your favorite so far? I mean, from like overall build this season, Druid, because I just love my Boulder build. It's just pure love. Absolute amazing fun. From how stupid a build was, it is Sword, because Sorceress is absolutely out of control and maximum damning stupid. Okay. Honed, yeah. I did have fun with the Warlock. Don't get me wrong. Warlock was brilliant. All the different builds, Warlock-wise, was kind of nice. Still, though, Warlock is missing a bit on the defensive front. Where you're going to say, you know, I wish that was a bit different for Warlock. Then it would just feel so much better. Yeah, that's something to keep in mind, right? Warlock could feel better. Still good. Like, don't hate it, but also, like, feel like it could just be not much improved. So, just me. Have you tried the bugged Warlock? No, I don't do bugged builds. Makes no sense. All in all, conclusion today. Paladin, super fun. Mad in love with the Zeal build here. We now need to make better rings for the Clash. But all in all, pretty good. Transfigured. Did we transfigure this one? We transfigured it, right? Yeah, we did. We never transfigured this chest piece. Could probably. I got another greater affix. Good chance. Not bad. Now, the only thing we're still missing is a better pair of pants. I've been, like, trying for a goddamn obnoxious amount of time to find, like, a better pair of pants that's, like, worth to craft on. But all the base pair of pants are just so pieces of sadness, right? You're hoping for at least a greater affix to, like, max life, armor, anything. And it's just sadness after sadness. I mean, I have here like no, I think I have a greater affix to resistance to all elements, or what did I lock? I locked something on this one. Not sure what it was. Yeah, we have no pans to craft on. Guess I could just work with the massive life pans there. Worst case scenario. Yeah. Okay, remove the Thorns, Wrath, and Dodge chance. Actually, the problem is, so we can remove the Wrath generation, right? But if I'm trying to remove the Dodge chance and the Thorns, those are both, those are both defensive. So we're going to lock the max life. And we're going to put on a armor, but only if it was a high roll. So we locked the max life. We can pretty much not roll it away now. What an absolute sad piece of equipment in comparison. So now you have to random focus reroll and hope that it just goes somewhere better. And it didn't. So you're going to remove all 3 again. Then you're going to add an affix and it's again 1. And you're going to focus reroll until that one is not what it is, right? So that's armor again. Now we're going to add back the life on kill. Focus reroll. Try to hit the life on kill, not the armor. That's physical resistance. And dodge chance. Try to focus reroll the dodge chance. Hit the life regeneration. Life on kill. Dodge chance. Poison resistance. That is such a... I mean, luckily the armor is staying so far, but these are just a bunch of sad excuses. That's a resistance to all elements. That's actually a good roll, but it just says the others. So that's life on kill, resistance, and armor. I mean, I'm not unhappy, right? It's technically equal shitty to the one from before. At least it has armor. Not really, right? Not really. I have 30% movement speed boots. And I have like movement speed max life boots as well. Core skill ranks. Physical resistance. Rogue is stronger than Paladin. That is correct. Shitty poison resistance. I mean, you could now re-roll poison resistance until it hits like something that's not poison resistance, like physical or lightning resistance, right? The problem is that you can't re-roll poison resistance into all resistance with focus re-roll. It doesn't work. So we could technically remove the poison resistance to now add another defensive one, right? And try to get all resistance. But it might as well just end up being fire resistance. They're not better. So annoying to transform thousands of boss mats into items, but at least you can do it. At least you can transform thousands of boss mats into items. I mean, think about not being able to do that. Just killed Torment Mephisto with your Lightning Sword build for the first time. Let's go, sir. Very happy that worked out for you. Not surprised it did, though. More skills. It can't be that hard to get Juggernaut skills, right, Chad? It can. The answer is it can be that hard. Is there a reliable way to target farm T-Ball's will pans? Yes, you are going to go for Ancestral Pans into the Horadric Cube and then upgrade Unique. That will get you T-Ball's will. I upgraded 5 pans. I had T-Ball's will. It was surprisingly simple. It's the easiest way. So yeah, the Warlock build is a Warlock build. The video about the 2 Paladin builds is going to come tomorrow. I'll put both in there. Because, I mean, we have both, and I think it's important to have them together. Because as good as the Zeal build is, it will just not do certain things, right? Again, the Zeal build will just not kill Torment 12 Mephisto. However, it will just destroy everything else, which kind of is fun. But this is now a Torment 12 boss, so I can easily kill normal Torment 12 bosses with that, also Belial and so on. You just can't kill Torment 12 Mephisto. What are we trying to get? Gloves, chat, gloves, and a better shield too for the other build quickly. And we actually do have to get another. What was the sword called again, chat? Which boss did drop our friend the? Oh, what is this sword? The basic skill sword. What is it called again? Shot of Varathiel. Who drops that? Is it still being dropped by Helltide? Helltide by Infernal Hordes? So not so. Vulnerable damage multiplier, I guess. Critical strike damage multiplier. Which one do we like now more, Chad? The vulnerable damage one or the critical strike damage one? My current one is vulnerable and all damage. I guess I'm going to take the crit damage one, right? Has all damage. Plus with the greater affix, rings with the greater affix. Get out of here first. Karbusky. The Shot of Varathiel is Varshan right now? Really? Really? You're not lying to me. Why are you not lying to me? Chan, listen. Why are you not lying? Wow, look at this absolute useless piece of shield, Chan. Wow. I want to crit chance. I can probably turn that into something. Okay, we got the pain G's on crit damage. I mean, worst things worst. So we get a better pair of gloves. There's also, oh, that has a 50% damage multiplier, but it only has a 100% roll. Is a 50% damage multiplier with a 100% roll better than a 26% than a 33% damage multiplier on a 100% on a 125% roll? It just looks better with a 50%. You can reroll power, not on the 50% multiplier one, because that is an 850. You can't reroll power on 850. You can only reroll power on 900. $150. You should just be happy about the 120. Okay.
Step up to my anvil.
Okay, this one can go out. This one can go out.
Taken apart. Melted down.
Temper the crit damage on it. As a high roll, please. We can transfigure it afterwards, too. The interesting part. Come on. Give me the max roll. We want to do obnoxious damage. Aww. Could you please give me that? I don't have the amount of Forgotten Souls needed to mess around too much. Thank you very much. So we're gonna hit the multiplier. Not the crit damage, the actual multiplier. Bless me. Thank you very much. I'm alive. So, what can we turn this into? Transfigure. It's 5% missing, but I'm fine with that. So, that was 14 quality. That's pretty good. We can also transfigure the other one because I already have it, so we might as well. That is indestructible. You know what? That one is shit, and I hate it. So that's already an improvement to what we've had before. I like this. Now we wanted to look for a shot of Varasia. Very good, very good, very good. Let's go over to Varshan. Game needs a similar app like PoE has for theory crafting? Absolutely not. Game has all the infos you need in game. Apart from not telling you that multipliers under each other are additive and multipliers against each other are multiplicative. But you figure that out relatively fast and then you're good to go. Good. Varshan down. Okay, we need a blade that has critical strike damage multiplier, chat. Okay. But one that doesn't have lucky hit chance to restore resource. I guess. Preferable, we would also get a shield. Right? I'm looking at every single charm if that has like Juggernaut happening. Because if one of these has Jugger happening, I can just equip it. Arcadia. Rally fortifies you for your maximum life. When you recover of your maximum life, gain a charge of Rally. That's not really useful. That's not very useful.
You know where to find me.
We get more reroll materials. What do you mean by the multipliers? Well, multipliers. Crit damage, all damage, vulnerable damage. If you only have crit damage, like every single item has a crit damage multiplier, you would think that crit damage multiplies with crit damage to make crit damage because it's a multiplier, right? But that's wrong because crit damage does not multiply with other crit damage. Crit damage does actually only work additive with other crit damage. Whilst crit damage multiplies with vulnerable, multiplies with all damage. So you optimally want to have a mix of all three at any given point. Always. Why would the game tell you something like that? That'd be ludicrous. Okay, we're gonna have to keep these ones. There's boots, there's two-handed weapon, there's other boots. So it's worth sacrificing crit damage to keep your vuln and crit closer together. No, so the way it works is, and the paint explanation is just the simplest. You have to imagine that you're trying to draw a box with your damage, okay? And the inside of the box is your damage. Yeah? And you want to make this box as big as possible. Now, you're going to have this line here that makes it wide is critical strike, okay? Now, in order to extend the line into the back, you're gonna do vuln, okay? And then in order to make the box higher, to increase the volume even further, you have all damage. Or physical, yeah? Or fire. And if you have all three of these, the box is the biggest and deals the most damage. That's kinda how it works.
You know where to find me.
Which one of the lines in the box is attack speed? That's just when you make the box vroom vroom and you give it more horsepower, right? Now, the sad part is that the game just tells you that nowhere. Because the assumption is obviously solid. I have crit damage multiplier on my gloves. I have crit damage multiplier on my rings. Obviously, that would multiply with each other. Surely. Right, Chan? Right? Because they're multipliers. Surely. They would multiply with each other. It would be crazy if they wouldn't. Or if for some reason they would work additive to each other. No Juggernaut. Core skills doesn't work. Benny goes shit. Sell it.
Back to it then.
Max 3 different buckets. The fire, physical, and so on actually is in the all damage bucket, if I'm not completely mistaken. Physical damage. You know, getting a better sword is kind of not easy right now. I also wanted to have a better shield, but that does also not seem to be easy. Honestly, a pretty chill build to play. It is. It is. Someone has resistance to all elements as a greater affix. Technically, if I reroll that into max life, it would still be not good. Technically. Juggernaut skills. That actually works. Yeah, it's a bit random to put that in, but it's just... Wait, sorry, not for this build, by the way. Ooh, Tony was too happy there for a second. It's for the other build, right?
Oh, it is a victory, isn't it?
Because now I can go for my Clash. Equip. Did I put my other Pain Gorgers? Did I just destroy the other Pain Gorgers? No, I didn't. See, I wanted to say I didn't. Ta-da. Then we're gonna swap this one. We got Jug, and Jug. So 3, 6, not a 3. Be a 3, 6, 9. Still not a lot, but it'll do for the time being. And now still not the amount we'd like to see. I'm gonna roll a few more. Come on. Disciple, Judicator, all stats, Zealot, Judicator. The problem is, like, I can pretty much only get Jug, and that's it. Right? Because I don't think it can roll basic skills. So I really only have one angle that I can hit here. Ah, sad face. But at least we get this slightly better, so we can override that now. We still don't have a better weapon. Why do we want a better weapon? Because we might, or we might have not, accidentally transfigured this before. Putting a socket in. Happens in the best families, okay? Happens in the best families. Now with the Clash build, let's do 125. Purple Middle Charm can drop everywhere. That being said, mine drop from a well boss. Echo, 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 echo. $11 trillion damage. So unexciting. Flash build, flash build. What you gonna do? Fall asleep, fall asleep. I wanted to just grab the stone and just run out. The game was like, nope. Ain't happening, brother. This is the second build right now, not the first build, right? It's fun. It does damage. I'm trying to confirm. I mean, this has already slain Mephisto, in case you missed it. And, like, probably in the shoddiest version we've had it in. So, it's an absolute Mephisto killer. And you pretty much stand AFK on him and hit him with the slowest hit speed possible. And you still kill him. Which is stupid, but hey, sometimes stupid wins games, I guess. Right? What can I say? Sometimes stupid wins. It's definitely stupid. Because we should have never beaten Mephisto. Okay, in case you wonder, we're like not with the level the build was at the point where we beat him. Oh, that fire would actually kill me. How sad. That's where we still need a bit more maximum life. I guess we should probably roll maximum life on our offhand. Maybe. That would make us somewhat tankier. Righto. Let's pull them all together, right? Put the castle down here. I have them all, yeah. See, like, this is when the damage is echoing as it should. Or when you have everything, like, in each other, and then you put the echo on, and then you pretty much just kill them all with one swing. And that's the beauty, I guess, of the build. When they're then all standing in a way to get echoed. Oh, that is the thing that killed me. The actual echo. What you gonna do? The echoing becomes obviously very efficient when you do like trillions of damage, and you just echo set trillions of damage to the other targets, right? Or you just stand there and beat that one guy until one of you wins. The other one dies. Oh, I die. Would it be a TwitchCon in Rotterdam? No, Obsidian. There's nothing really for me to do there. I mean, TwitchCon in Rotterdam has been, business-wise, a complete failure for its whole existence. I mean, it's nice to meet the community, don't get me wrong. But TwitchCon is literally this week, next weekend, right? Yeah. So TwitchCon is from the 30th to the 31st. And guess what's releasing on the 29th? What is releasing on the 29th? Yeah. Path of Exile 2:05. That's where my soul is gonna go. right? Obsidian. I wish you good fun there. I mean, you live close by, if I'm not mistaken, to an L people. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have tomorrow for you the Clash build that killed Mephisto and the Zeal build that is absolute fun to go through. I think both have shown that they're definitely amazing, and the Clash obviously has insane potential left with like the scaling that's missing. But I'd also say that we're ending it here. Not sure which class we'll cover tomorrow, if we do actually start with a Spiritborn or not. I am not entirely there yet. I haven't convinced myself that I will enjoy Spiritborn. We might just grind with the other classes, considering that we have like we have a lot that we can still grind out, right? We could do some Druid, we could do some Barb, we could do some Sork, Necro, or Warlock. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different already covered. So now it's just missing the Spiritborn and the Rogue. So we'll see. Therefore, thank you very much for coming, lurking, chatting, chat, hopefully enjoying. We have a video on damage crafting online in case you missed it today, which is all about how to do more damage, how to get more damage. I'll be back tomorrow, and I hope to see you all there. Take care.